Your smart speaker, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
This is a Fox News alert. It all comes down to this. I'm Lisa Lacera. Polls in a handful of states will fully close in about an hour as Vice President Harris and former President Trump wait for results. This afternoon, Harris stopped at DNC headquarters to thank her supporters.
Just reaching out to folks, letting them know that we're all in it together. Reminding them of the power of their vote.
Former President Trump cast his ballot in West Palm Beach, Florida.
There are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out.
Polls in Pennsylvania will be open for another couple hours. The battleground state seen as a must-win.
This is in many ways the most watch of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. It's highly populated with about 650,000 people. In 2020, President Biden won by 16,000 votes. This year, it shifted to a slim majority of registered Republicans. But the crowd that we spoke with here, it's been diverse.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fox's Mike Tobin's in Milwaukee.
When the polls close, the in-person votes should be totaled up rather quickly. The absentee votes, however, will take a little bit longer because they can't be totaled up until the in-person voting is done. So anticipating that we'll get some new numbers around 1 to 2 a.m. That caused a lot of controversy back in 2020 because in the middle of the night, the numbers change. But that is part of the process. Anticipate that will happen again.
Control of Congress is also up for grabs. In New York and California, Democrats are hoping to win back Republican-held House seats. Over in the Senate, the races in Montana, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are being closely watched. Wall Street stocks rallied as voters headed to the polls. The Dow gained 427. The Nasdaq added 259. The S&P plus 70. America is listening to Fox News.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're listening to special election night coverage. Will Trump take back the White House?
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America.
Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com on AM 770 KTTH.
Welcome to a live and special edition of the Jason Rantz Show here for election night 2024. Let's find out what's trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
Obviously, all eyes are on the presidential election. It's not the only one that matters. The question is to whether or not the Senate will again go to Republicans. Will the House stay in Republican hands, or will it turn to the Democrats? And with the exception of where the Senate's going to go, everything else is kind of up for grabs. Now, polls have closed in 2 states as of right now, and we're not going to get any surprises out of Indiana and Kentucky. Now, they're not fully closed across the state. There are just certain districts that are closed. Once it's fully closed, we'll get the full results. But to be clear, Indiana and Kentucky, those are going to go to Donald Trump. At 4 o'clock, our time, is when we start to look for signs as to what direction this election is headed. Georgia closes at 4. We will have the bulk of the results by 5 from Georgia. Now, if Donald Trump loses Georgia, he's done. He's done. If he wins, we start to look at the margins. We start to look at who actually turned out and voted. and what those numbers are in comparison to 2020. That could tell us something. We look towards Virginia, where Governor Glenn Youngkin seems to think that there could be an upset there. And obviously, Donald Trump, I think he was in Salem, Virginia, made the decision in the closing days of this campaign to deliver a speech there at a rally. Why did he do that? What are they looking at? What did they see there that gave them some hope when otherwise they could have been spending time in North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada? What did they see? And the truth is, it could be 1 percentage point in either direction early on that completely changes the entire night. The polls indicate that they're neck and neck. Donald Trump nationally is up by like 0.2%, 0.3% according to the polls. When you look at certain swing states and certain polls, you see sort of a mixed bag. Not entirely sure who's going to come out on top, but you might expect that you're going to see a close election from an electoral college standpoint or from a popular vote standpoint. That might not be the case at all. It might still be, quote unquote, close, but it doesn't mean that the numbers, when it's all said and done, are truly going to be as close as 0.2%. There's not going to be like 10,000 votes separating both candidates for the popular vote. That's just not going to happen. And dare I say, the problem from a media perspective, from a pollster perspective, there's going to be a lot of people wondering whether or not we were lied to as to the closeness of this election. If pollsters were holding something back, were they able to accurately connect with either the Trump supporters who were maybe shy, like in 2016 and frankly in 2020, or the Harris voters who didn't want to come out and say anything? That's the reality. That's the reality of where things stand right now. Now, some numbers are coming in from New Hampshire for the governor's race. Kelly Ayotte, Republican. She hopes to become the next governor. That would be a pickup for Republicans. Indiana is starting to come in. And again, we expect that's going to very easily go towards Donald Trump, but there's some races that we're watching there. Same thing with Kentucky. It's very early. We've only got less than a percentage of the votes in. And yes, it shows a huge lead for Donald Trump with just a few votes. New Hampshire, same thing. New Hampshire right now, it's neck and neck, but only 8 votes have been counted so far. Before casting his vote earlier this morning, or maybe it was right after, Donald Trump spoke with the press and said, yeah, we're looking pretty good. We're well positioned here.
I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
Now, Texas, okay, that's one thing. I mean, you would hope that he's very strong in Texas. You would think that the numbers are going to be strong there. You'll think the numbers are strong in Florida, where he cast his vote. But there's been a lot of conflicting messages today from both camps about what the turnout looks like. When you look at the independent voters surged in Nevada, for example, Republicans turned out so far in larger numbers in the big counties than the Democrats. Yay. But then you see the independents. Who did they break for? Who are they breaking for? College students in certain areas have seen a surge in votes. I'm going to presume that those are not going to Donald Trump. Now, do we know that as a matter of fact? Nope. That's why we look at things like exit polls. And we started to get some of the exit polls not too long ago, both from Fox News, from CNN, NBC. And they're kind of going in the direction that you think. Exit polling data from Fox News shows that 70% of voters believe we're on the wrong track as a country. 70%. Now, presumably, you would think that that's a benefit for Donald Trump, not the person who's currently in office, Kamala Harris. When you look at the economy, you've got a lot of folks, 63%, either saying it's not great or it's awful. Oof, it's bad. And the top issue for voters, according to Fox News' exit polling, is the economy at 39%, immigration at 20%, and abortion at 11%. Now, 11% is still a lot. 11% is definitely a lot. And you've heard a lot about the support amongst females. And one narrative that I've seen, I've not seen any actual data to back this up. I've seen a lot of, and that's what's kind of interesting. And it was Jackie Heinrich over at Fox News last night on X made an interesting point. She said, normally we hear from the Kamala Harris team with data points. They say, oh, look at this data point here. It's really promising for us. But they haven't been pointing to data. Instead, they've been pointing to anecdotes. And I've noticed that a lot today, too. Rather than the data points, we're seeing, hey, I'm told the reason why Democrat voters didn't turn up in larger numbers as they normally would in the early vote is because they wanted to wait for Election Day because it's so historic. They wanted to bring their kids. They wanted to bring their daughter. And then, of course, you get the tweet. I was walking on the sunny streets of Philadelphia, and my young 3-year-old daughter turned to me and said, Papa, please take me to vote for this historic candidate from the Democrat side who will save democracy. And I turned to my daughter and I said, we'll go tomorrow. I was going to early vote, but I decided to hold off because my 3-year-old was so inspired by this. We've seen a lot of that. Do I buy that to a degree? Yeah, sure. Okay, I buy that to a degree. Do I believe that explains the early vote numbers to the degree that we're seeing that gap? No, I don't. But we do know that women are going to come out big. They normally do. Back in 2016, they represented, I believe it was 55% of the vote. And how did Donald Trump win in 2016 when you had such overwhelming numbers voting, most of whom for Hillary Clinton? Well, he was able to get male voters to come in hot numbers, large numbers, big numbers that didn't happen in 2020. And the low propensity voters came out in big ways in 2016 that they didn't in 2020. So you can have that surge of female support so long as you're mitigating that threat with even more male voters who traditionally don't vote, then you're going to be fine. Again, kind of depends on what state you're in. But the exit poll from NBC News said, obviously, Harris is trusted more than Trump on abortion, though not by much, 6 points.
It surprised me.
Right? I would say I trust Harris. If you're telling me who's going to uphold abortion access the most, even I would say it would be Harris. That's bad for me, right? And potentially the person who answers that question might be a Republican who says, oh, yeah, I mean, I want it to be banned, but she would be the one who would stand up for it more. Sure.
It's kind of an open-ended question, I suppose.
It really kind of is. But 50 to 44%, that's pretty surprising to me. I saw a lot of people who were pointing to the CNN exit poll saying, ooh, this is really bad for Democrats. And for example, they point to one question about voter feelings as to how things are going right now in this country. And the vast majority said not good. 43% dissatisfied, angry, got 29% angry. I didn't even know that was an option. That must be new, right? Just I'm angry. Satisfied was only at 19%. Now, something that I think is going to come also as a shock on who you trust on the economy, NBC News says Trump only got 51% to Harris's 47%. She clearly has been able to close that gap, at least according to that poll. But then who do you trust on immigration? NBC had Trump at 53%, Harris at 46%. And if you're in a state like Arizona, well, obviously that's a pretty significant number. And that's very good news for Donald Trump. But when you ask about democracy being threatened, Harris pulls ahead of Donald Trump. A lot of that had to do, frankly, with the branding around what happened on January 6th. And that was Donald Trump's fault. He branded himself around that. He did not handle that the way he should have. And he's still suffering as a result of that. Should he still be suffering? We can have that discussion. I don't think so. But that's the reality. He ran a really tough campaign. I don't know what's going to happen as the polls close and we get more numbers coming in. I have no clue. My gut tells me one thing. My head tells me something else. Or at least they're talking to each other. They're also a little hungry. I think that's part of the issue because I didn't eat today. But I don't know the direction that we're going to see tonight. I do think it's going to be coming in earlier than people anticipate. And I think we're going to have a better sense after the Georgia numbers come in. To me, obviously, like everybody else, it's really about Pennsylvania, but Georgia will give us the big hint. That's my guess. And this morning, as Trump was talking to reporters, he was asked, pretty standard question of, would you do anything different? Would you have changed anything about your campaign?
Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
And it very clearly was the best campaign. He has never done better within the polls. And I'm maintaining my position that I think he's going to win as of now. Again, that can change once we actually start getting results and that give us some hints. But in 2016, I was on our sister station, Car News Radio, and leading into the election, I took the exact same position as I'm taking today. I said back then, if Donald Trump is within 2 to 3, maybe 4 points of Hillary Clinton, he would win this because I don't think pollsters can adequately reach Trump supporters. I hold that exact same position today, and he's ahead and or tied. So I believe he's going to be able to pull this one out, and it's going to be similar to 2016 in popular vote versus electoral college. Would I bet my career on it? No. Would I bet Jackson's? Yes. I 100% would. Now, he's hoping, as he said at HQ in Florida, headquarters in Florida, he's hoping that we get results early so we don't have to wait and wait and wait. And then maybe dipped his toes in messaging that's not very helpful today.
I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product.
Not great messaging today, certainly not early on. You should just be focused on getting out the vote today. But at the end of this, if he wins because of the early voting, I hope he changes his tune. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
All eyes, of course, are on the critical battleground states. And a lot of movement earlier today, a lot of excitement earlier today. Ballots are still being cast. We'll see where we end up going. Guy Benson from The Guy Benson Show, heard weekdays, noon to 3, live right here on KTTH, joins me now. Thank you so much for coming back.
Hey, Jason.
How are you feeling about today?
I have no idea how to feel about this, and it's kind of a humbling thing to say when you're in this business that we are, and people turn to you as an expert and like, oh, what are you hearing? And I actually was joking, only half joking, on Gutfeld last night on Fox. People assume because, we work in the industry, or in my case, here at Fox, that we have some sort of special insight. And so all right, what's going to happen? What's the inside info? And the truth is we don't. And I mean, I can mess with people, be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what the percentages are. I just can't tell you. They'll kill me. Right. So you can have some fun with it. But I am sort of casting about, and I have been for the last couple of days, to try to land somewhere, because what's been unsettling is in recent election cycles, there are, and we talked about this on the show a little bit yesterday with Brett Baer, there are known knowns, or at least you think that over the course of your career, you've learned some lessons, so you kind of have a handle on certain things. Then you know what you don't know, and you kind of have to wait and see. But what we've seen a few different times in 2016, 2020 being a weird, black swan event with COVID, 2022 with the red wave not really developing the way the fundamentals suggested that it would. There have been some seeming known knowns that then don't quite pan out the way that you expect them to at all. So I'm not really trusting myself on this. Yeah. So the way I came into it, Jason, was, and this is kind of how I've been the last couple of days, my head and my gut are going different directions on this, and I don't trust either of them. So I'm just happy to have any results to talk about instead of speculation, which is why I was like sitting there looking at stupid nonsense like, Dixville, Notch, New Hampshire.
Of course it was
Guam,
split evenly. I love that.
Well, it was. I mean, so I'm like, okay, let's put on the analysis hat. Biden won it 5-0 4 years ago. Then 6 people voted, so turnout was up in Dixville, Notch, and they split 3-3. And the Republican governor candidate won 5-1. And that all gets us absolutely nowhere, except you could say, all right, here are some Biden voters that went to Trump, obviously, a tiny microcosm, rural New Hampshire. And if nothing else, they are actual election results for us to talk about as opposed to polling and models and turnout and conjecture and all of that. So, yes, I've been looking at Guam and some of the Pacific Island results that have, by the way, looked pretty good for Republicans. That may mean absolutely nothing by the end of the night tonight. But I like, after this marathon and all the uncertainty, I like having results, and we're almost there.
We are, and a lot of folks like to turn to the so-called bellwether counties that are always right until, of course, they're not right. And this is the one time people kind of look to Washington State to see where things are going to go, because Clallam County, for the last several years, since 1980, has accurately predicted the presidential winner. Looking at some of the numbers here in Washington, there's no difference in Clallam County. The numbers are really, really low. Progressive consultants seem to think that Clallam County, while it's going to be tight, will lean to Kamala Harris. There are some counties all around the country that people just have fun with today. Like, what do you make of that kind of stuff?
I mean, it's useful. You said it. It's useful till it's not.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's always been this, and then it's like, okay, but history does not necessarily repeat itself. Now, there is something to be said of demographic makeups of certain counties where it's like, okay, this is somehow going to be more representative of a larger population or a type of voter that can tell us, all right, so if this county is voting this way by this many points, you can maybe make some intelligent guesses about how that might play out for the state that it's in or similarly situated counties, around the country. There's some nerds who do this for a living, and I say that with great endearment. We had Sean Trendy on the show from Real Clear Politics recently. I asked him about 3 counties that he would really be watching, and he hemmed and hawed, and then he narrowed it down to 3. I will definitely be very curious to see, and this is not rocket science, how North Carolina and Georgia are looking fairly early in the night. Mm-hmm. We know that Pennsylvania takes forever to do their counting for the most part.
And it'll be a little bit longer today because they had a malfunction within the software in, I believe it's Cambria County. So they've actually extended their acceptance of ballots until, I believe, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania might take, longer. Of course, that's the big one. So they're going to drag that out for us, which is always fun. But, you can start maybe getting some clues early-ish in the evening about how this thing might be falling, right? It could end up being really, really, because they keep telling us how close it is. Historically, unprecedentedly, close. And that may well play out. My suspicion for a while here has been often kind of things break one way, dominoes fall in a certain direction. I don't know if that's going to happen. And if so, I don't know which direction they'll fall. But I think there's a decent chance that the dominoes will fall enough that we'll have a relatively clear picture late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Because, look, since I've been alive, we've been through a lot of election cycles, and in most of them, we knew the presidential winner that night or early the next morning, right? In 88, in 92, in 96, in 2004, in 08, in 12, even in 16, right? Those were all basically more or less election night calls. A few of them dragged a little tiny bit longer. It was just the very rare exception years of 2000 and last time that have everyone on edge like, oh, well, maybe it's just going to go for a week. I mean, perhaps. Maybe. I just wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm guessing it's not going to get to that point. We'll know about 45 minutes from now. Georgia polls will close. We'll know before 5 o'clock our time where Georgia's headed. If Georgia, for example, is going to Kamala Harris, chances are Donald Trump is not going to win this election. Michigan closes not far after that. So there'll be some hints early on tonight as to where we go. I'm excited for the results as we continue to cover tonight's historic election, and I can't wait to listen to you tomorrow at noon for your live coverage of whatever the results may be.
Hopefully we have some.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That's been Guy Benson. Don't forget, always tune in to the Guy Benson Show, heard weekdays noon to 3 right here on KTTH. We're back with more coverage of the election after this.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for the law offices of Harold D. Carr. There are 2 R's in Carr. Here's why you should know his website, haroldcarrattorney.com. Car accidents happen. I was in my office earlier today, and it was like end of times rain outside. And you know that as it gets wetter and wetter and wetter, more rain is likely going to mean more car accidents, and you might get into one. You're not at fault, but you still get injured. It still impacts your life. Rather than dealing with the insurance companies, you go with an expert like Harold D. Carr. He's been doing this since the late 80s. He has helped so many clients because he is not just about his expertise in dealing with insurance companies and all the people behind the scenes. He knows how to treat clients the right way. He's got a very large team, 48-person deep. He knows what he's doing. He can handle this so you can get better and get back to life. So head on over to haroldcarrattorney.com if you or someone you know has been injured in a car accident. Harold Carr Attorney, C-A-R-R, 2 R's in car, haroldcarrattorney.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024. Will Trump take back the White House? Stay informed with real-time election results on AM 770 KTTH.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show, special election night edition. We'll be here live throughout the night, perhaps even into the early morning between myself and Fox News live coverage. We've got your back as America decides who will be the next president. Will we return to a time of maybe angry tweets, but really great policy that helped us all, led to a thriving economy, a safer country, a stronger country? Or do we can continue with the policies of the last 4 years and then some? There's zero doubt that Kamala Harris is more extreme than Joe Biden. There's zero doubt. There is a reason why she has not taken positions. There is a reason why she's done very few interviews. There is a reason why she has been so closely monitored and coordinated. It was interesting. She did a video in Pennsylvania where you probably saw it. She knocked on a door and two people were like, "Oh, Kamala Harris is here. Of course you got my vote." And because her team is either incompetent and or they just know the media generally won't make a big deal out of this, they allowed the whole thing to be filmed from the start, which was when the family was actually outside and greeted Kamala. And then Kamala's all like, "I need you at the door." And they went back into the house and then they faked it all. It was all caught on video.
Hi, guys.
Oh my
God. Sorry for the intrusion. Wow. Hi. Hi.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good. You sure wasn't expecting that
Hi. Oh my God.
one? We thought it was Shapiro. Hi.
How are you? Tell me, what's your name?
Cole. Volunteer.
Oh, our son's name is Cole. Hi, Cole.
Hi, Cole.
Hey, Max. Well, I want a door knock.
I want a door knock.
A door knock?
Yeah, come on. Okay.
Now they walk back to the door. Like, I have no problem with the vetting and screening of the people beforehand. Again, that makes sense. These are people who have security in place to make sure that they are safe. But I seem to recall a whole bunch of left-wing voices calling out Donald Trump at a McDonald's serving fries. This is all fake. It's all a setup. It's a stunt. But here, they've not said anything. They didn't say anything. This is also just bad planning. Why did the staff not keep them in the house? Say, hey, go back into the house. When we're ready, we'll knock on the door. That's what we're looking for. If they were genuinely surprised, I believe that they didn't know it was going to be Kamala Harris. They thought it was going to be Josh Shapiro. But to be clear, they're also Democrats. That was certain beforehand, before they even agreed to do something like this. We better get a Democrat family who 100% is going to vote. They didn't just pick some family at random. So this is way more contrived than the fries being served by Donald Trump. This is way more contrived. And have you seen anything specific about people calling this out on the left?
No.
Or even mentioning it. I don't
No.
think if you were watching MSNBC or CNN today, or if you follow the left wing, talking heads on X, you wouldn't even see the video. I saw it on Fox. And obviously there's an election going on, so that it's not like they spent all day talking about it. But this is part of the story because she is so phony. She's so phony and unprepared. You know why she didn't do Joe Rogan? Because you think she can sit through a 3-hour interview? Oof, you only have so many talking points you can stick to, and you can't do it for 3 hours straight.
You can only laugh so much.
Right? It's just like it would be so clear how out of her depth she is. Joe Rogan last night endorsed Donald Trump. He endorsed Donald Trump. He amplified an interview he did with Elon Musk, who, of course, is also a Trump supporter. I was on Fox Business earlier today. I've got the clips on my social media channels if you want to watch. But I was on this morning, and they had asked me what impact I thought Joe Rogan might have on this election. And it would have helped had he done this a little bit earlier, right? Instead of waiting until yesterday early evening or maybe late afternoon. But in really close races, if your strategy is getting male voters, especially if they're young, and the low propensity voters who are male, I'd want Joe Rogan to endorse me. Joe Rogan is seen kind of like the way Howard Stern was once seen. He says something, you believe it. He tells you to do something, you do it. He's got that kind of following, millions of people. Millions of people. So if he's got a small percentage in, say, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, who turn out and vote, who otherwise would not vote, that could be the reason why Donald Trump wins in either of those states. I would rather, and I said this hoping that I wouldn't get attacked by the Swifties, but I said, I would rather a Joe Rogan endorsement than a Taylor Swift endorsement. The 14-year-old girl can't vote, and the 23-year-old feminist is not voting for Donald Trump anyway. She was always going to vote for Kamala Harris. She's not reaching the low propensity voters. And ironically, I say, Joe Rogan came out a little bit too late, I think. I think Taylor Swift came out too early. Most people probably forgot that Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris. Now, some people maybe forgot that Oprah was still involved here, whose voice is getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Because she spoke yesterday at a Philadelphia rally for Kamala Harris. It was very well attended. The only panic I heard today was about Philadelphia turnout. Fox News says based on the numbers going into today, she would need about 700,000 votes. And just to put in perspective, neither Biden nor Obama got that many in Philadelphia County. Now, that's based on your assumptions of how the early votes went. And Kayleigh McEnany said there's a lot of people who are a little bit nervous. I believe Kayleigh McEnany. When she says people are nervous, there's a reason. But Oprah spoke last night, and dear God, are they just leaning into the crazy?
We don't get to sit this one out. If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
So she's technically correct because, the earth could fold in on itself at any given point.
It's always possible.
Is it likely?
No.
No. The idea that we might not have a democracy, I sincerely wonder if that works with people. And I don't know the answer. Because I've met some people. Some people are dumb. Not you guys. You guys are, most of you are smart. I'm not going to lie. We probably have a percentage of people who are just dum-dums. And I'm okay. I love you too. But
you can just say me by name. I won't get offended.
Okay, Jackson is a dum-dum. There's got to be a reason why they keep using that kind of language. Are they doing it because they hope it works, or are they doing it because they focus grouped it and it's something that works? And obviously, when you're looking at some of the exit polls, again, when they're talking about who you trust to protect democracy, Harris has the lead. Do they want to just put this in the back of your mind for someone who's maybe on the fence, just to scare them, essentially, into supporting Kamala? I don't know. But I suspect they're overplaying that hand, especially given the economy is the number one issue. Why is it the number one issue? We don't usually have that as the number one issue when the economy is thriving, right? You're not concerned about it. Sure, you would want to keep it thriving. You want to keep that high paycheck that you're getting, whatever it happens to be. But generally, that doesn't become your biggest issue. Crime is your bigger issue if you just got mugged and crime is running rampant in your neighborhood. If I were to ask you what the big issue is, you'd say crime, because that's what you're feeling. That's what you're experiencing. And the number one issue is the economy. And you might end up getting more voters like this one from Arizona who spoke to CNN.
You just voted for Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Walk me through why you cast that vote.
Yeah, so just seeing what's been happening in the past 4 years, I voted Democrat the past 4 years, and I'm really disappointed in the administration, how everything has been going. I was in the mortgage industry for quite some time, and that hurt us.
got horror stories.
Pretty bad. I lost my job because of it. Dealing with the recession and everything. And I know that everyone's saying we're looking for solutions from every party, right? But in actuality, the solutions they came up with were no solutions. It hurt us even more. Now you have to have a son with parents and daughter. All the families get together to be able to even afford a home or even afford a rent.
So the economy is the number one issue for you?
Absolutely. It impacts every one of us.
Did you vote for Biden in 2020?
I did. I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I did.
So you just heard he kind of took Oprah's sort of advice and not decide to sit this one out. Maybe she would have hoped, and Kamala Harris's team hoped he would have sat this one out. Because this is an Arizona voter who, as he just said, he has voted for Democrats in the past, including Joe Biden in 2020. And now he's changed his vote because of what he's experienced under a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. And he knows what will continue, or at least a path will continue to go down if Kamala Harris is in office. And as we got in a text from the 206, when does Oprah think it is okay to sit one out? Great point, right? I mean, every single election, we kind of get the same message. On one side, you've got the very over-the-top, end of times is coming if you don't support the Democrat. Democracy is in peril if you don't support the Democrat. You can't sit this one out. And Republicans, for the most part, they don't focus on the end of the world, although there's some of that. It's more the economy's going to get worse. Inflation's going to get higher. Crime is going to get worse. Like actual issues, and not talking about the end of civilization as we know it. I truly hope that this is not the time where people fall for this. I truly hope that is not the case this time around. Now, if you want to send me a text, 1-800-465-8770, 1-800-465-8770. You can also leave us a voicemail message on the KTTH app. Just download it if you haven't. Send us a voicemail message. Tell us your first name, your city, and which candidates you're proudly supporting in tonight's election. Remember, you have until 8 p.m. to turn in your ballot. We'll get into some of the key races and key issues from here in Washington when we return. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. This hour brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here.
Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
I'm Enrique Cerna. Washington's general election is Tuesday, November 5th, and election officials across the state make sure that every eligible vote counts. Make your choices, sign your ballot envelope, and return it to an official drop box by 8 p.m. November 5th. Or if you mail your ballot, make sure it's postmarked by Election Day. Don't let a late postmark disqualify your ballot. Visit sos.wa.gov/elections for more information.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State, WSAB, and this station.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital. They're based in Bellevue, and they can help you as an investor or a borrower. For those of you who are looking for fast and flexible home loans, custom construction loans, rehab loans, bridge loans, mortgage loans, you can apply directly at LegacyG.com. For a lot of folks, you're thinking about building your dream home or making your current home even dreamier, but you maybe don't have the funds all up front to get it done. Rather than going through a bank, rather than going through a non-private route, go with Legacy Group Capital because they have that flexibility to make common sense loans, looking at cases on a case-by-case basis, not having a whole bunch of red tape, especially when it comes to some of these bigger projects. So head on over to LegacyG.com. Check out their offerings today. Legacy G, it's the letter G, LegacyG.com. Tell them Jason Rantz sent you.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Carl is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
In 2005, my mom passed away, and that's when drugs and alcohol started taking control over my life. I was in and out of jail. I'd lose my apartment and start using drugs again. It was a vicious cycle. One night I was in jail, and I prayed to God for something better, and my prayer was answered. The day I got out of jail, God brought me to the mission. I was surrounded by counselors and mentors who wanted to see me get better and do better. Today, I'm married. I'm doing jiu-jitsu, and I'm taking care of my body, mind, and soul. Most of all, I know God has a plan for me. I'm a completely different person, thanks to God and the mission.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired, volunteer, or donate at ugm.org.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024 on AM 770 KTTH. Will Trump take back the White House? Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Jason Rantz, here for the next several hours. Then Fox News covers the national races live. We're obviously keeping our eyes on the top of the hour when we will see some pretty significant polls close, including in Georgia and Virginia. Now, Georgia is an important one. And if Donald Trump is not going to do well tonight, we'll start to see the hints, or we'll just see the writing on the wall in Georgia. Under state law, the initial votes, the ones that were cast before today, the early votes, have to be reported within an hour. And it sounds like it'll happen even faster than that. And so if he does really well in Georgia, great news. If he starts to falter, if it shows a surge of independents breaking towards Kamala Harris, that's very bad news. And we could know in the next hour whether or not Donald Trump is going to lose. We won't know in the next hour whether he's going to win, because it still comes down to Pennsylvania. And truth is, he can lose in Georgia and still be okay, but it would be a very bad sign if he were to lose there. And then Virginia, where we know that Glenn Youngkin has been saying, hey, this could be a sleeper for Donald Trump. We're looking at the numbers. We know that Donald Trump, in the waning days of the campaign, went into Virginia, I believe it was Salem, Virginia, and he went into New Mexico. Why? Why did he go there? What are they seeing? Karl Rove on Fox News earlier talked about that.
Each presidential campaign has their own polling. And they're looking at things that we in the general public or looking at the public polls may not see. Obviously, they saw something in 3 states that was not seen generally, because in the final days of the campaign, the former president went to Salem, Virginia, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and his running mate went to New Hampshire. So clearly, I doubt it's a head fake. I doubt they said, well, let's just confuse Rove and Cavuto and we'll go to Albuquerque, Salem, and New Hampshire. They must be looking at some data that suggests to them that they've got a chance to sneak these states and perhaps some others. So there's only one reason you go to a state in the final days of the campaign, and that is to reach voters who are going to make a difference in bringing the electoral votes of that state to your column.
Now, could they be very off in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and choosing not to go to those states 24/7, just focusing on those states because of New Hampshire numbers and numbers coming out of Virginia and New Mexico? Or, is the data bad for them to justify them making that bad decision? I can't imagine that's the case. And I know a lot of people have been talking about the Iowa poll. I've been seeing more analysis today. Frank Luntz, the latest, and he's very much not a Trumper, saying the Seltzer poll is nonsense. It's complete garbage. Now, again, will we know that until Iowa closes? We won't. I'm looking at the Nevada numbers, and I still don't think he's going to win in Nevada. I would love to see that. But they're getting so many independent voters surging today. There would have to be a pretty significant break towards Donald Trump, in addition to overcoming what's called the Nevada machine. Democrats in Nevada, they've got that place figured out. It's kind of like a bigger Chicago. Actually, the population is almost probably close. But I mean, that's pretty much the reputation for Nevada. So I don't know if we're going to get some promising results there. But fingers crossed. Meanwhile, as we look at these exit polls, if people are truly voting on the economy, not on abortion, not on democracy being in peril, if they're really voting on the economy, it's not looking good for Kamala Harris. Last time I checked, is Chris Wallace still a crazy anti-Trumper?
I believe so.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. You sure? Because he might have changed suddenly.
I don't think he did.
No? Okay. Even he points this out on CNN.
Effectively, Harris is part of the current administration, but Donald Trump and the Trump era is very much upon us. We don't know how that's going to be.
I got to say, I think that's putting the best spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country,
or angry, dissatisfied or angry.
I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50% they traditionally. Let me just finish my point, which is just that if she is able to overcome those numbers and still win this election, then she has done a remarkable job of somehow separating herself that she's part of the solution and not part of the problem.
Or, and this is a legitimate concern, people dislike Donald Trump so much that they're willing to say, okay, at least she's not Joe Biden. I wouldn't vote for Joe Biden again, but hey, the VP only has so much power, despite us telling her she was in the room first and last. They're not going to be paying attention to that kind of thing. If you truly despise, and I mean despise, loathe Donald Trump, then yeah, you're willing to say, yeah, the economy sucks. I don't like it. But then still decide to go with Kamala Harris. And there might be quite a few female voters, younger voters, who are willing to say that. Now, is that coming across in the exit polls? We have no idea. They don't tell us that. And generally, you don't see any of these networks giving you that kind of information from the exit polls because they don't want to interfere with the election, which is, as I say it, I almost choke on those words because CNN, MSNBC, left-wing media in general have been trying to influence folks in this election to a degree that I never thought was possible. And I already thought it was really, really bad. And yet somehow they lived down to expectations. They went lower than I thought. Now, right now, some of you still haven't voted, which is the biggest mistake you can make. Looking at the numbers in Washington State, voter turnout is low. Jim Walsh is going to be on the show in about 30 minutes to take us through what he's seeing across the state. He does seem to think that the gap is going to tighten to get to where we were in 2020. I don't think that at all. I don't think that. So make sure that you actually vote, because what we are seeing, somewhat different now, and today, we're not going to get the numbers until 5, but we're seeing Democrats voting in fewer numbers. Republicans are starting to surge. It's still difficult to win as a Republican in deeply blue Washington State, but you have until 8 o'clock to turn in that ballot. So for those of you who live in Fife, go to Fife City Hall. There's a drop box there, open until 8. For our friends in Milton, the gem of Pierce County, Milton City Hall, Lakewood City Hall, they also have drop boxes. We've got 600 plus locations all across the state. Do not put it in a mailbox. Go to the post office directly or go to a drop box or go to one of the elections offices. We're going to continue our live election night coverage when we come back on The Jason Rantz Show.
It's a critical election year in politics here in Washington. The place for you to learn more about how it will affect the issues important to our safety and prosperity is the Roanoke Conference, Washington's largest gathering for those right of center. Don't miss it, January 24th to 26th in Ocean Shores, Washington. This will be the 15th annual Roanoke Conference, a gathering known for engaging open dialogue on political issues and no barriers networking among elected officials, prominent political thinkers, college students, and grassroots activists. This year, they're excited to welcome keynote speaker Coleman Hughes, host of the podcast Conversations with Coleman and author of The End of Race Politics, an argument for a colorblind America. The first 100 registrants get an early bird discount. Special discounts for students, active duty military, and law enforcement. Find out more and register at RoanokeConference.org. That's RoanokeConference.org.
We live in a scary world of burglary and theft. Thankfully, there's Northwest Security and Sound. Northwest Security and Sound is your local solution for state-of-the-art security installation, monitoring, and home automation. With over 71 years of experience and 5-star Google reviews, no job is too complex. Plus, when you monitor your home or business with a burglary or fire system, you may qualify for an insurance discount. Your family, your home, and your business are precious. Get to nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation analysis.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Ever wonder if playing word games is really helping to keep you sharp? Now you can find out with Thinky. The Thinky sensor measures your brain activity while you play Thinky games. It's like a step counter for your brain. After 90 days of consistent use, you could decrease your brain's age by nearly 4 years. Use the code KTTH770 and get a $50 discount on each Thinky sensor. Plus your first month free on each subscription and free shipping. It's the perfect holiday gift. Go to ThinkySystem.com and get ready to train your brain.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
The Fox News Alert, anticipation building. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 7 o'clock in New York, and polls have just closed in a half a dozen states. The Fox News decision desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. It's too early to call. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Indiana. Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a third time. It's too early to call South Carolina, but Trump has the lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. Turning to the Senate, where Democrats have almost no room for error, the Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race. Fox's Aisha Hasni is at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. She reports the former president will not be there. He'll be watching returns from his Mar-a-Lago home.
Earlier today, when the former president went to go vote here in West Palm Beach, he told the press that he was feeling very confident and that he had no regrets about the way that he ran this campaign. And he got a little introspective for a moment, sort of taking it all in, right? This final third presidential run. And he said that he was feeling a little bit sad, but fulfilled by it all.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at Harris headquarters at Howard University.
The campaign maintains that they have multiple paths to 270, but the campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said that the margins are very close. She's never seen them closer. This could be a historically close election.
A judge in rural Virginia has ordered 2 officials in Waynesboro to certify the results of the election after they filed a lawsuit last month threatening to not certify it unless they could hand count the ballots. America is listening to Fox News.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're listening to special election night coverage. Will Trump take back the White House?
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America.
Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com on AM 770 KTTH.
Americans took to the polls in potentially historic numbers. Some polls have closed. We've got some results, and that's what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
AM 770 KTTH, the election alert.
We can tell you that, as expected, Donald Trump is the winner in Indiana and Kentucky. That's not a surprise. And in Vermont, the 3 Electoral College votes goes to Kamala Harris. So right now you've got 19 in Trump's corner to 3 in Kamala Harris's corner. This is not a surprise. This is, of course, expected. But all eyes right now are on Georgia, where this is a key state. If we're going to find any hints, it will be coming out of Georgia. If we're going to see any red flags for the Trump campaign, it's coming out of Georgia. We also have Virginia closed, with Kamala Harris in the lead, kind of as expected. And then Florida, not in all of the districts, but a lot of Florida has now closed. So we're going to get some of those results starting to trickle in alongside South Carolina. We can also tell you that in Indiana, Jim Banks, the congressman, becomes their senator. He defeated his Democrat rival. Again, not much of a surprise and also not a pickup for Republicans in the Senate. For Senate, we're really looking towards West Virginia, which is a shoo-in for, we can almost call him Senator-elect Justice, but also in Montana. There had been some earlier reports of a surge for Tester, the Democrat incumbent. No one has been able to point to any specific data that shows that that's the case. So it might just be one of those narratives you put out to try to mobilize the base of Democrats. Oh, I guess we could win this. But there's no indication that that's the case for John Tester, so we expect that's going to go to Tim Sheehy. But again, anything is possible. It's 4 o'clock. Those polls in Montana won't close, I believe, until 6 o'clock our time. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But as the numbers come in, we'll obviously be giving them to you in real time. When you look at the exit polls, as we've been seeing coming in from different networks all night, it paints a clearer picture. The picture is very clear. Folks are very uncomfortable with the direction of this country. It's led in large part by dissatisfaction with the economy. And at the same time, you still have a surge of support for Kamala Harris on those who believe abortion is a key issue and democracy being in peril. And what you're starting to see out of Kentucky, where Donald Trump will, unless there's some huge shock, he's going to be the winner there, but it's about going into some of the counties and seeing if there's any difference from the last 2 election cycles. And he appears to be doing better this time around than he was in 2020, maybe 2016. It looks a little bit close. And what's interesting is, I think Kentucky, we have called that. But what's interesting here is that for the last 2 weeks, we've heard a lot more people saying this is going to be like 2016. And I don't know if that's because you've got a female candidate again, right? Because why would it not be like 2020? 2020, during a COVID year, the big issue was, in fact, COVID and recovery. What can happen? People were scared. Obviously, they had very clearly changed the rules around mail-in voting. 2020, we had a candidate in Donald Trump who was not encouraging early voting. But you can tell just from the early voting numbers for Republicans in the surge, that was very clearly a mistake. The question still remains whether or not we're going to see a cannibalization of voters, meaning if a Republican would have otherwise voted today but voted 3 days ago, well, that's not all that impressive, right? They just voted early. We didn't pick anything up. But if we picked up the newly registered, previously uncommitted voters, previously low propensity voters, if we're seeing an increase in men who decided to vote, that's really good news for Donald Trump. Really good news. But we're taking a look at the map right now as the numbers in Georgia, still very, very, very early, not even a percentage. Trump right now is in the lead, but it's not all that meaningful at this point. The Georgia numbers are going to be really, really, really interesting because the question is, particularly amongst younger black men, did they either stay home rather than vote for a Democrat, or are you starting to see that shift towards Donald Trump? The polling indicated that there was a little bit of a shift. That's what the polling indicated. Now, polling is polling. It doesn't mean that that's going to end up being the actual result. We do still expect it to be tight the way that it was tight in 2020 with Joe Biden eking out a victory. But we do know that Georgia hit some record high numbers. And based on the voter analysis from Fox News, the early voters were evenly split amongst Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Now, when you look towards who was actually voting amongst the early voters, so again, this is not taking into account today, black voters represented 83% of the early voters for Kamala Harris and only 15% for Donald Trump. Now, if she were to maintain that 83%, obviously there was not a significant shift. But if Donald Trump is able to inch that up to like 20, if you can get it up a little bit higher, that's great news. Now, to be clear, and Fox is making this point on air, previously that number for Joe Biden was at 91%, not 83%. So that's obviously promising, but we don't know what the number is today. When you look specifically at black men, that's where in the early vote, it does appear that Kamala Harris is struggling and Donald Trump saw a huge jump. Kamala Harris, amongst early voters who were black men, had 73% of the vote to 25% of the vote for Trump. That is significant. That is significant. You're going to want to see these kinds of numbers again in the maybe mid-80s to high 80s. 87% was what it was in 2020 for early black male voters casting their vote for Joe Biden. So for her to be at 73% that's a problem. Now, black women, the question is whether or not she is overperforming. The belief is that you're going to get a whole lot of women just because she happens to be a woman and happens to be black. And she's not overperforming. She's not quite underperforming, but it's a little bit weak. She's at 89%. It was for Joe Biden, 95%. Is that something that you can make up day of? Yes, it is. It 100% is. That's why we take a little bit of a pause when looking at these numbers and putting it in perspective. When you look at and this, again, is based on voter analysis. When you look at whites without a college degree, 77% went to Trump. That is a significant number that's expected to be high today once we get some of those numbers. But I am kind of curious where everyone's going to end up falling on they didn't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. And we got that early on. I kind of listened to the media and some of the talking heads for just a little bit of hints. If they're already starting to make excuses or they're trying to justify a low number, whatever it happens to be, we take note of that. Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC, who I thought retired. When are they getting rid of her? I thought she was done at the end of the year.
I think.
Can't come fast enough.
Let's talk about gender writ broadly, though. Is there certainly has historically been, and is there against her case for election, which will rely heavily on women and the fact that there are more women voters in the United States than men, is that running into headwinds because there are a lot of men who just simply, black and white, men who just simply don't trust a woman to be, chief executive, commander-in-chief. They just don't want to vote for a woman.
Yeah, they just don't want to vote for a woman. That's what she claims. Does anyone actually believe that? Sure, I suppose. There's a small group of people. There's also a small group of people who don't want to vote for a white man. And those are progressives who constantly demonize white men. Is that ever mentioned? No, it somehow seems to escape any kind of commentary from the likes of Andrea Mitchell and others. We just somehow never quite seem to get that. How odd is that? Now, while we're focusing right now on Georgia, we still have New Hampshire that's set to close. The question is whether or not we're going to see any surprises there. As you heard from Karl Rove in the last hour, they sent J.D. Vance to do a rally in New Hampshire. It was one rally. Virginia, they sent Donald Trump, so that's the star. They sent him to Salem, Virginia, just days before the end of the campaign when he otherwise could have been in Pennsylvania, when he could have been in Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. So what exactly were they seeing that caught their attention? What was it that they were seeing? Now, right now in Virginia, he's up, but they've got virtually no numbers coming in. And according to the voter analysis, it would appear that Kamala Harris still has the edge in Virginia, which is not a surprise. Virginia is a blue state. Every once in a while, you'll get a Glenn Youngkin. But Virginia is a blue state in large part because you got a lot of Democrats who work for the federal government who live in Virginia. And they have, there are a lot of them there, and they're pretty loyal. So we're going to continue to look at Virginia. There could be, even if he loses in Virginia, you start paying attention to where he started to pick up votes and how he's doing now compared to what he did in 2020 and 2016, right? You're just tending to look like, oh, he did 2% better or 3% worse. Those are some of the signs that we look for. And even though right now in Virginia he's up, again, it's just by a few number of votes. In Georgia, we're going to see basically sort of a roller coaster. Right now, Harris is up by a couple points. It'll switch in a few moments when we get some more of the rural counties giving numbers. It's going to be like that all night. It's still too early to tell whether or not there are any warning signs for Trump. There are some warning signs for Kamala Harris so far based on the early voter turnout. So far, there are some warning signs because black men did not turn out in the numbers in early voting that she would need to match what Joe Biden did. And while she's still doing well amongst the female voters in Georgia, black female voters, it's still lower than what it was in 2020. Now, could that change once we get the numbers from today? Absolutely. 100%. That's the reality. It could change. So we're going to continue to pay attention to those numbers, but we're also going to get into something local. So let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
It certainly seems like Washington Democrats are going out of their way to sabotage one of their own, all to support a socialist who wants to defund police, a socialist who wants to increase taxes. Sean Scott is that socialist that for some reason Washington Democrats are supporting in a House race. And when we say for some reason, I think we all know. Unfortunately, the Washington Democrats have fallen very, 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 very far to the left. But there's some hope. Andrea Suarez is running in the 43rd Legislative District. She's hoping to overcome the odds as Washington Democrats have stacked against her. She joins me now. Welcome back to the show.
That's right. Thank you, Jason.
You posted a video earlier today about something that you had encountered. Take us through what happened.
Yeah, I met Nancy and her partner, Kathy, who, and it wasn't the first time I had heard it either, while canvassing, that Sean Scott's volunteers were telling people that I am a Republican, and that's a lie. And she is using this platform to say it's not acceptable for her party to lie to her in an organized venue as well, which is what's happening in the video. Is she was at a debate with the council race, and she was greeted by other senior citizens that said, oh, don't vote for Andrea, she's a Republican. And that's why Nancy's coming forward to say, that's not right, don't lie to me, especially my own party is lying to me. Because we all know that Andrea's not a Republican. I'm a registered Democrat.
It's not only you're a registered Democrat, you're an actual Democrat. You and I disagree on a whole host of issues. We happen to come to agreement on some issues that I don't even think are truly political. And we've had this conversation before. Enforcing, the law is not a Republican Democrat issue. It should be something for everyone. The approach to homelessness is not inherently political until people make it political.
Well, and hearing the learning lesson, on the campaign trail is most people are like, is it right? Is it wrong? Is it common sense? Is it fringe? People are tired of the fringe cringe on both sides, the labeling, am I a Democrat, am I a Republican? It's what makes sense, what's right, what's wrong. Let's move forward. Let's have progress. Let's have better outcomes. Don't lie. Especially, his pattern is he lied at the Horizon House in front of a room full of seniors saying he was endorsed by Mayor Harrell. He's preying on seniors to spread his own gross lies.
What has the party done? Because it sounds like this is, right now you're talking about Sean Scott's campaign, but it's not just Sean Scott's campaign.
No, members of the Democratic Party, leaders, Nancy told us that leaders were greeting her, representing the Dems of the 43rd and the Washington State Democratic Party with their clipboards saying, do not vote for Andrea. And here's why. And Shasti Conrad, day one was
chairwoman of the Washington Democrats.
Yep. She was out, putting out on social media that, she would be sure not that I wouldn't get access to the data, that I wouldn't get endorsed. I wasn't a bona fide Democrat. She's part of the problem. She went out and spread lies. I've never even had a phone call with her. I said, please call me. Let's get to know each other. You've been misunderstood, and Sean blocked me, and Paul Chapman, who's the chair of the 43rd Legislative District precinct, and he is just smearing me right and left. And this is a leader acting like a child. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. In fact, I just posted on the Washington State Dems handle, you're embarrassing everybody. You're an embarrassment. I'm embarrassed. Starting with the truth, is base one, and I haven't heard from anybody. And all it is, well, we didn't endorse you. We didn't endorse you. But where's the big net? Where's the big encouraging everybody to race, get into the race? Everybody's has courage to do this run. It's hard and isolating in many ways and been completely boxed out by the establishment. And tonight we will know, does grassroots prevail? Because that's what I am as a grassroots leader.
The 43rd Legislative District it's Seattle, essentially. It's a huge chunk of Seattle. It comes from East Lake and South Lake Union where I live, East Lake where I work, into Capitol Hill, the UW, Laurelhurst. This is a pretty large district, and it does seem to be pretty far to the left, right? There's no doubt about it. This is a left-wing area.
Yeah, the cutoff actually, Jason, is 45th. 45th. So think Fremont, Wallingford, Laurelhurst, University.
Yep.
The other thing that was just sickening, Nancy put a sign out in front of her house in Fremont, and it got stolen. This is the other thing, is just the sign stealing, the sign bandits, and they're of all kinds. People they don't like signs. They say that it's illegal. It's not. But she's pissed, and it is what I hear on the doorbell, though, over and over and over and over again, is public safety is first and foremost on everybody's mind. And while the 43rd is considered the most deepest blue precinct in the deepest blue city in our deep blue state, I'm just convinced that the majority are not getting out and voted. There's no way that the majority believes that we should abolish the police and have rent cap and should have decriminalized drugs and consumption sites. That is fringe, cringe. Sean Scott, our far left party, my party, has gone off the rails. And I'm trying to bring, like you said, to open hope back that our moderate Democrats, though I am disappointed I've only gotten one moderate Democrat come out and endorse me, David Hackney. Mm-hmm. So, I'm not already, crying here, but where is the support from the moderate Democrats? they're kind of crickets too.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
is
the funny thing is,
disappointing.
I don't even think David Hackney is a moderate. I think he's pretty far to the left, and that he went with you over Sean Scott kind of tells you how far to the left Sean Scott is. David Hackney, a state representative who introduced a couple years ago a bill that would have been retroactive and going easy on drive-by shooters. It was defeated in large part because of the attention we brought to it. But I mean, if he's going with you over a Sean Scott, that tells you how far to the left Sean Scott is. And of course, David Hackney, maybe he has moderated a little bit since the 2020 through 2023 activism. Final question for you. How do you think the turnout today is going to impact this race? Right now, numbers are really, really low across the state.
It's everything. As soon as I hang up, I'm going out. I've been out every day until wee hours of the night, handing out my flyers, getting out those last-minute votes. Voter turnout is everything. Voting is your superpower. A few hundred votes in any race should not determine the wishes of the majority, and that is why you have to vote. You have to vote. Going back to Sean real quick, and the party, not only are they lying calling me a Republican, they're lying calling him a Democrat. Let's not forget he is a avowed socialist and was out with the DSA in Fremont on Sunday saying how they're going to celebrate bringing a socialist to Olympia for the first time in 100 years. So they're lying all around, and I don't get it, but grassroots will prevail. Win or lose, we win, Jason, because this is a movement to tell the truth and to bring hope through civic engagement, through action. We will restore the state of Washington to clean and safe for all to enjoy.
If you live in the 43rd District or know someone who lives in the 43rd Legislative District, this is Capitol Hill to First Hill, Belltown to Fremont, UW to Laurelhurst, Eastlake. Make sure you are getting in your ballot to a drop box at this point, or hand it directly to the post office worker at the post office. Do not put it in a, just hand it in, don't risk it. If you put it in a mailbox, the fact is, because of the time, it's probably not going to get picked up on time. So please drop it in a drop box or go directly to the post office. You have until 8 p.m. tonight to do it. That's just a few hours from now. Andrea Suarez, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, bye, Jason.
You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. Again, make sure you get your ballots in, period. Back with more after this.
Time for today's edition of Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial. Here's Brian Evans.
I talk to a lot of people that have changed some jobs over their life. They have IRAs, they have 401ks at different places, and one of the common themes is they don't really know what their investments are in anymore because they've had this job many years ago. It was in something with somewhere. Often people don't even remember what outfit holds it, whether they're in mutual funds or stocks or bonds or cash or stable value or whatever they're in. And they might have 2, 3, 4, 5 or even more IRA or 401k plans littered around at different places. And so one of the things when we do our financial planning recommendations, we always want to make sure that there's a plan. It's okay if you don't remember all that stuff. Just find the statements, bring them in so we can look at them and say, okay, we've got this money in all these different places. What's the next step? Well, if we've decided on a good plan for how that money should be invested, then it's really quite easy. For IRA accounts, we just need a copy of a recent statement. For 401k plan accounts, there just needs to be a call made, or you can go online to the plan administrator, ask for a transfer form. Once we get these forms, they're easy to fill out. We can help you with the forms. We would consolidate all of your different 401k and IRA accounts into one brokerage account. We usually use Fidelity Institutional Brokerage Firm. We can use Schwab, we can use TD Ameritrade, but we're going to consolidate all that, and then we'll be able to implement the plan so that you know exactly where your investments are.
And that was Growing Your Wealth with Brian Evans, Madrona Financial. Investments, retirement, taxes, and legacy. MadronaFinancial.com.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Holmes, Elections Director for Washington State. Free, fair, and secure elections are the backbone of our democracy. No matter what's on the ballot, election officials work tirelessly to ensure every eligible voter's voice is heard. Regular integrity checks against federal and state databases ensure Washington's voter roll is clean and accurate. Check your voter registration at votewa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State and aired in cooperation with the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
When it comes to long and short-term real estate investing, locally owned Legacy Group Capital, they've got you covered. Jason Rantz here. So there are two types of investors who are listening right now, the newbies and the experts. They can help you both. If you want to dip your toes into investing, I recommend Legacy's Opportunity Fund. It's paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash instead of having it in a savings or money market account earning pennies or maybe a few dollars. If you're looking for more predictable returns with consistent growth, it's all about the Legacy Northwest Fund, which offers investors a 9% annualized rate of return. Legacy Group Capital has funds for everyone of all experiences and expectations. Legacy Group Capital has averaged double-digit returns since inception, with over 1,000 local investors having invested over $200 million in Legacy Group Capital's family of funds. Visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and CLU School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Stay with KTTH as Republicans push to win back the White House.
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America.
I think more and more people recognize the reality because they're not immune to what their city has become under Democrat rule. And we know that locally. We know the stakes.
Download the AM 770 KTTH app in your Apple or Android app store or at KTTH.com. Stay informed with KTTH, your campaign headquarters. This is live extended coverage of election 2024. Will Trump take back the White House? Stay informed with real-time election results on AM 770 KTTH.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show on AM 770 KTTH, normally doing the big local, brought to you by Alpine Specialty Services, online at alpineclean.com. But right now, we're taking a deeper dive into some of the numbers, the turnout here in Washington State. Joining us on the line is the chair of the Washington State GOP, Jim Walsh. Welcome back to the show.
Good to talk to you, Jason. How you been?
I've been okay. I feel like today, starting at 5 o'clock, we'll start to see some of the polls close that really could decide this race. We've obviously seen some results already, some exit polling information, turnout information. Washington State, people turn to Clallam County. It is a bellwether county that has predicted the winner of every presidential election since 1980. Now, counties are right until they're wrong. So what are you seeing as far as turnout?
Well, it's been interesting. Turnout numbers are a little down, at least they were in the early days of this cycle. But if you drill into the numbers, modeled conservatives and Republicans are actually up, at least for the early turnout numbers, and modeled progressives and Democrats are down, and far enough down that they're sort of dragging the totals down. Mm-hmm. Now, in the most recent days, this has started to creep up again, and we expect in the end, by end of today, that the overall voter turnout numbers will be in line with historical, maybe even a little above. But I think the dynamic we're seeing, Jason, is that the left is not fired up. The left is not excited. And their turnout numbers are the weak part, which is opportunity for the not left voters. So if you've been sitting on the fence and not sure whether you vote and you're not left wing, vote and get that thing in before 8 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, get it to a drop box. Do not drop it off in a mailbox at this point. It is going to be too late.
The last day, don't risk.
Yeah, do not risk it.
Postmark not working.
Go to an actual post office. You can go to a post office that's open. Hand it to them. It'll be postmarked before 8 p.m., go directly to one of the election offices if you want to. Or, again, the easiest thing is to drop it off in a Dropbox. You have until 8 p.m. tonight, so a few hours from now. You think that we're really going to be in line with where we've been in the past? Because looking at the numbers, and we'll get an update today at 5 o'clock, and obviously we'll get some more updates tomorrow and the next day as the ballots trickle in. But you'd have to see a gap close of almost 1 million votes.
Yeah, I mean, and we may see the gap shrink. I don't know if it's going to close.
Well, it'll obviously shrink, but it's not. Do you think we'll get to 1 million?
Maybe, but it doesn't have to, Jason. I mean, if our analysis is right, and the gap is being caused by discouraged progressives who aren't voting, that could end up being a good thing in the end, at least for fixing what's broken.
Yeah, that's how we sneak in some wins in these tough races. Look, I wish that weren't the case, but the fact is when there's low voter turnout, Republicans tend to do better, especially if they're the ones who are voting, and it's mostly and almost all Democrats who are choosing not to vote. You know, the uncommitted voters, we talked a little bit about this yesterday on the show. I've got a blog up right now at ktth.com. It's very easy to ignore or forget the uncommitted movement because that was back in March and no one has talked about them since. Well, they're still there, and they know that Trump is not going to win Washington State if they sit this one out, so they might be sitting it out, or at least maybe not voting for the president to make a political point.
That's correct. They're unhappy about the establishment Democrats' insufficient support for Hamas, and they are objecting to that. And it's ironic because, if anything, Kamala Harris's support for Hamas has been what I would consider excessive. Her support of Israel has been very shaded and cautious. So the fact that the far left finds that Harris is not strongly enough behind Hamas is a testament to just how far left they've gone.
Let's talk about some of the congressional races, turning our attention to the most contested one, Washington's 3rd Congressional District. You've got Joe Kent, the Republican, taking on Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, the incumbent Democrat. It is a red district. I spoke to Joe a little bit earlier today. He seems to be, feeling pretty optimistic about the turnout. What do the numbers suggest?
Positive for Kent. He's run a very disciplined campaign, a very good campaign this cycle. It's a rematch from a couple of years ago, but he's run a more disciplined campaign, and the drift in the district, largely because it is a pro-Trump district. It's a Trumpy district, the 3rd Congressional. And there are a few of those here in Washington State, and I think that the enthusiasm of Trump's supporters in the 3rd it has a halo effect on Kent and is going to help him get across the line in this election.
Drew McEwen is running in Washington's 6th Congressional District. This would be to replace the retiring Derek Kilmer Democrat, a district that, frankly, if all Republicans actually voted, Drew would be a shoo-in. He knows going into this, even though he's up against a very, very far to the left Democrat, also from the legislature, it's still not going to be easy. This really is where Democrats, if they're not voting, can help Drew McEwen so long as Republicans are.
That's correct. The 6th Congressional is not as red as the 3rd Congressional, but it is getting a little purpler, a little redder in purple. So the long-term trends are favorable there, but it still has kind of a tradition of voting for moderate Democrats, and they don't have that choice available. To the voters don't have that choice available this time. They don't have a moderate Democrat there. So we'll see. The turnout could swing that one McEwen's direction, but he's got a little bit of a tougher path than Kent does down in the 3rd.
Washington GOP Chairman Jim Walsh on the line, someone who also has a tough road but seemed to be pretty positive the last time we spoke was Carmen Goers in Washington's 8th Congressional District, running against Kim Schreier, who for the most part has not been campaigning. I know she's maybe got some digital ads going, but I recall in every other campaign that she has run, just being bombarded with ads and flyers and just not happening this time around. I think because she doesn't want to upset the larger Muslim population within the district. She's very pro-Israel and Jewish, and I think she sees the sort of the rise of the anti-Semitic left as a potential threat. That's something Carmen Goers can obviously take advantage of if the vote is down and she's just not really running a campaign. Do you think she can do it tonight?
It's going to be tough for Goers, but she outperformed expectation in the primary.
Yeah.
So she has some wind at her back that way. And you're right, the incumbent Congress member, Schreier, is probably in the toughest position, again, with this far-left, pro-Hamas wing of the Democrat Party. Schreier is in a tough place within her own party. So all Goers has to do is offer a more unifying, kind of more optimistic vision and value proposition to the voters in the 8th, and she could sneak up on Schreier. I think Goers has been underestimated all along, and I think she's got that working for her as we head into the final lap here.
Is there any reason to worry that Washington's 5th congressional district, the race replacing Kathy McMorris Rodgers, who's retiring, will turn, or is this pretty easy for Michael Baumgartner, the Republican?
Well, I mean, you never want to spike the football before you're in the end zone, but the numbers look very good for Baumgartner in the 5th, and I expect he will be a very strong replacement for the outgoing and very strong representative Kathy McMorris Rodgers. I think Baumgartner will be able to step into her shoes pretty effectively, and that's a big deal because Kathy McMorris Rodgers was an important representative for the state and a very good, effective Congress member. So Baumgartner is going to have a lot to do there, a lot of big shoes to fill, and I think he will come in strong in a position to do that.
The good news for Washington's 4th, it'll stay red. The question is, will it be Dan Newhouse, the incumbent, or Jared Sessler, the challenger? What do the numbers look like?
That race has gotten very close. I think conventional wisdom a month or two ago was that Newhouse, the incumbent, had the edge. But at this point, it's a toss-up. It's razor close. And the challenger, Sessler, who has the support of Trump and got the formal endorsement from the state party, seems to have drawn even with the incumbent. So that one is it's really too close to call early, and I think people are going to be watching returns there for a couple of days.
Not to give them, too little attention, but statewide offices, we already know, are always tough for Republicans. Is there any reason to believe, outside of maybe Jamie Herrera Butler for the lands commissioner position, that these are truly, truly, truly competitive and could turn our way?
Well, we're watching that lands commissioner race. That one is one we think we can get. Also watch the superintendent of public instruction. The negatives on the incumbent, his negatives are so high that the challenger, David Olson, may be able to pull off a surprise there. And then, of course, the open state Supreme Court seat, where our endorsed candidate is David Larson. So you've got Olson and Larson. We think Larson has a very good chance of getting that state Supreme Court seat, and that would be critical because the state Supreme Court needs a reasoned voice there. And as for the others, I mean, don't discount the governor race. And here's why, Jason. And you know this. We've talked about it before. Ferguson's numbers are not strong.
Yeah, they're soft.
Even in friendly polls, he's barely at 50%. So it's a situation where if the late-breaking voters just don't like the guy, it's possible that Reichert could pick up enough to squeak in against an opponent, Ferguson, who's struggling to get even to 50%, and in most polls is stuck in the high 40s, and that doesn't win.
Yeah. Finally, we only have about a minute left. Where do you think the initiatives are headed?
Well, lately people are saying that those ballot descriptions that Attorney General Ferguson wrote are so confusing they're worried. But our internal numbers indicate that the support for the initiatives remains strong. And certainly 3 of the 4, I think, are in good shape. The initiative to repeal the capital gains income tax, the state capital gains tax, that one may struggle a bit because while the no campaign and the ads have been largely ineffective, I think the no ads tying that initiative, 2109, to school funding, while a bit misleading, have been effective ads. So that's the one I'm watching. The others, I think, are going to be okay.
Yeah, and look, the attack ads against those initiatives, I said this before, I expect in politics you're going to get bad faith analysis and bad faith, ads, but dear God, they're just flat out lying. These are just complete and utter lies. And my favorite is, I can't even remember which one of the ads, but there's a bartender in there talking about how, Brian Haywood, the sponsor of the initiatives, he's just some rich guy who's trying to buy an election. And then at the end of the ad, you realize it's purchased by Steve Ballmer as the #1 contributor. I mean, this is so unbelievable. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, it really is hypocritical that the no campaign thinks they can run this rich guy backing argument when the guys backing them are richer and more absentee than Haywood is, who actually lives here. Ballmer made his money in the tech industry here in Washington, but my understanding is he spends most of his time in California, where he paid too much money to buy a pro basketball team. And, hey, this is America. Rich people can contribute to
I have no problem with that.
As much as they want. But I think the truth is going to will out here, and people will vote yes to pay less.
You guys have until 8 o'clock tonight to turn in your ballot. Take it to a drop box. There are many locations, over 600 across the state. You can, of course, also take it directly to an elections office or take it to the post office. Again, do not leave it in a mailbox. It is too late at this point for that. For the vast majority of mailboxes, they've already been collected. So go to a drop box. If you think that your vote doesn't count, just consider this. Imagine us losing by just a handful of votes. And if every single person out there who's listening right now who has not turned in their ballot, just think of yourself as one of those handful of people who chose not to participate in something that we've made incredibly easy to participate in. Please turn in your ballots. Jim Walsh, Washington State GOP Chairman, thank you so much for stopping by.
No worries. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight.
Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Love it. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. We'll have some updated numbers out of the polls when we come back right here on The Jason Rantz Show.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. You might be eating your feelings tonight, stress eating, wondering who's going to win this election. And before you know it, that habit continues into tomorrow and the next day and the day after that. And you've gained a whole bunch of weight when the reality is you can lose a whole bunch of weight with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Their website is eastsideweightlossclinic.com, or you can give them a call at 425-403-7670. They allow you with their program to lose weight quickly, but in a healthy way. You actually get to eat real food. You get the lifestyle strategies you need. You are held accountable, but you never have to go into their offices in Kirkland if you don't want to. This is a program that is done remotely. So no matter where it is you're listening, you can lose the weight you need to lose in a safe, healthy, and sustainable way with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. EastsideWeightLossClinic.com or call 425-403-7670. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Hi, Dave Ross for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Just a few months ago, I told you American Crawl Space and Pest Services had already given out over $1 million in PSE rebates this year alone. That number is quickly approaching the $2 million mark. If your home was built before 1990, you could be eligible to have 100% of your insulation project paid for through PSE rebates. And since the busy season for Mark and the American Crawl team is on the horizon, you should take advantage of the incredible rebates and savings by hiring who I hired and who I trust. American Crawl, the team to call, online at americancrawl.com.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Carl is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
In 2005, my mom passed away, and that's when drugs and alcohol started taking control over my life. I was in and out of jail. I'd lose my apartment and start using drugs again. It was a vicious cycle. One night I was in jail, and I prayed to God for something better, and my prayer was answered. The day I got out of jail, God brought me to the mission. I was surrounded by counselors and mentors who wanted to see me get better and do better. Today, I'm married. I'm doing jiu-jitsu, and I'm taking care of my body, mind, and soul. Most of all, I know God has a plan for me. I'm a completely different person, thanks to God and the mission.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired, volunteer, or donate at ugm.org.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. So on your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024 on AM 770 KTTH. Will Trump take back the White House? Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com. AM 770 KTTH, election alert.
So we have a winner to declare. Not a surprise. Donald Trump will take home West Virginia, delivering him 4 additional electoral college votes. That puts him at 23 and Kamala Harris at 3. It's, of course, still very early in the night. We're getting numbers from Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, but at the top of the hour, the big one closes, Pennsylvania. And it seems like that will be still the determining factor here in this race. Georgia numbers are looking so far very good for Donald Trump. Very good for Donald Trump. We have black men turning away from Kamala Harris in pretty significant numbers. You have independents. Depending on the network that you're watching, the voter analysis indicates somewhere between 20 and 25% are breaking towards Donald Trump. That is tremendous. With that said, you still don't have today's votes up there. We don't have all the numbers coming from areas like Atlanta or Savannah. So we're still waiting for those numbers. But the early indication, and NBC News has the decision desk saying there's a 70% chance that Donald Trump wins in Georgia. If that were to be the case, that delivers 16 electoral college votes, that would put him at 39. Now, if South Carolina goes towards Donald Trump, delivering him 9 electoral college votes, it then yet again puts an even larger spotlight on Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris cannot win if she does not win in Pennsylvania. Generally speaking, whomever wins in Pennsylvania wins Michigan and Wisconsin, or whomever wins in Wisconsin wins Michigan and Pennsylvania. The so-called blue wall, they almost always, though not always, will vote together. But right now, it's looking very good for Donald Trump in Georgia. South Carolina, it's still too early to get a sense as to where this is headed. You've got Kamala Harris right now with the lead. But again, it is way too early to tell where it's going. We can tell you that in Florida, probably going to be called soon. Somehow, they manage to count their votes within a reasonable amount of time, because they're about 75% tabulated. This is not a little tiny state, right? I mean, this is a significant state, and yet somehow they're able to figure this out. Donald Trump is in a very significant lead there. And just to tell you where things are breaking, Miami-Dade County in Florida, Trump was up by 11 points not long ago. So that is pretty significant there. And, whether or not the controversy around a comedian making a joke about Puerto Rico, whether or not that's going to impact this election, you might start to see that kind of impact if it's going to have one in Florida. But right now, things are looking good for him, as it does for Rick Scott, who's hoping to be reelected the senator. West Virginia, not only did West Virginia go to Donald Trump, but again, we expected this. Jim Justice, a former, I think, two-term governor, very popular there, mostly because of his dog.
Adorable.
Adorable. It is a bulldog, right?
Yeah, he takes him everywhere.
Oh, takes him everywhere, and now he'll be taking him to D.C. because that is a win, which is an official pickup for Republicans. They only now need one additional Senate flip, and they will have control of the Senate. Now, they would like to have a Republican in the White House, and they obviously want to pick up more than just one seat, which they're looking towards Montana. But we are also looking at Ohio, where the numbers are starting to come in. It is expected that Ohio votes for Donald Trump. He's currently in the lead by 12 points, 11 points. It's still too early, but Bernie Moreno, who at one point, just to give you a sense of how little name recognition he had, running against Sherrod Brown for the Senate. Sherrod Brown is the Democrat incumbent who has very high name recognition. Bernie came on this show to get his name out there. We are not heard in Ohio.
I think what launched his campaign.
I agree, because after he did the show, all of a sudden he was becoming a significant threat. He's currently outpacing Sherrod Brown 53 to 44%, but there's only 8% of the vote in. But obviously he's off to a good start. The question is whether or not the Trump bump will help Bernie Moreno. Because if you're going in and you're voting for Donald Trump as an Ohioan, you're a hardcore Republican, you're seeing, hey, Bernie Moreno, this guy I've not really heard of up until recently, yeah, I'll go ahead and vote for him because I'm voting for a Republican down the ticket. So that would be a pretty big deal if Moreno were able to pull this one out. It's expected to be very close, mostly because of the name recognition of Sherrod Brown. But we will be paying close attention to that. This hour brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company. Shout out to them for allowing us to do our special election coverage, which will continue all throughout the night as we get more and more results coming through. Right now, Donald Trump, 23 Electoral College votes, Harris, 3.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Stop untangling the Christmas lights and ditch the dangers of hanging them up yourself. Go with Johnny Tsunami. They offer premium custom or pre-built Christmas lights for your home, handling the design, install, and takedown. Professionally done Christmas light displays on your home will make the entire neighborhood jealous, and it's stress-free. Light packages start at just $800. If you call or log on right now, you can save $100 on your holiday lights installations. Exclusions apply. Visit getjohnny.com or call 206-207-9411 for a free estimate. Getjohnny.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Looking for a gun safe but don't want to wait until Black Friday? We got you covered because our Black Friday sale is all month long. We have truckloads of specially discounted Liberty safes at the lowest prices of the year. American-made 12-gun rifle safes, just $4.99. Shop early for the best selection. Every Liberty safe on sale, the best in-home delivery, and no sales tax on gun safes. Have questions? Call our expert staff at 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. And I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Fall in the Northwest. Cool, crisp mornings, sunlight catching on the golden and auburn leaves, and then the first windstorm hits. And suddenly those beautiful leaves, along with seed pods, pine cones, and fir needles, are covering your roof before their final destination, your gutters. Clogged gutters can sag, stain, and pull away, creating waterfalls, rotting out fascia boards, roof sheathing, and rafter ends. That's bad. Most gutter companies want to put an overpriced gutter guard, cap, helmet, or filter on top of your cheap gutter. Don't fall for it. At Free Rain Gutters, you get a superior gutter system for a fraction of the price. 20% thicker seamless aluminum with lifetime scratch-resistant finish. Secured every 2 feet with a heavy-duty bracket, not nails. Your system will be covered by TruthGuard, the ultimate gutter guard, keeping all debris on the outside. For a free estimate and free roof cleaning on qualifying purchases, go to freeraingutter.com. Protect your home with Free Rain, the ultimate gutter system. freeraingutter.com.
770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
This is a Fox News alert. Results rolling in. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls just closing in over a dozen states. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win South Carolina and its 9 electoral votes. Looking at Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes, the Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call this state, which could be the decider for a Harris or Trump victory. Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. It's too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Harris has an edge. In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district. The rural 2nd district is also too early to call. In the Southeast, Fox News can first project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Further south, Trump will once again win Alabama, and the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000, and Missouri will also deliver a Trump win. Fox's Gernal Scott is in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Karen Brinson Bell heads the State Board of Elections. It's her belief
that the vast majority of the unofficial results for election night will be in our system and available to the public by 11 p.m.
During COVID, the count spilled into early Wednesday. Early voting records have amplified the enthusiasm for this night's results.
Fox's Evan Brown at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach.
The former president won't join his supporters here at the Palm Beach Convention Center until later tonight. He's watching returns at home with family and, according to sources, Elon Musk.
Fox's Evan Brown. America's listening to Fox News.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're listening to special election night coverage. Will Trump take back the White House?
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America.
Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com on AM 770 KTTH.
Welcome to live coverage this election night 2024. You're listening to a special edition of the Jason Rantz Show. America is still voting, but in well over a dozen states, we're already starting to get the results, and many of them are what we expected to see. We're seeing some data that was not expected, and it's helping Donald Trump.
AM 770 KTTH, election alert.
We can tell you the first big win of the night goes to Donald Trump for Florida. He will take home their 30 electoral college votes. He will win. As of now, he's at 55% to Harris's 43%. It's not all said and done, but based on the projections, he is going to head to victory. South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Missouri, and then Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, all going towards Donald Trump, which would give him now 105 electoral college votes. Remember, you need to get to 270 in order to win this. For Kamala Harris, we can tell you that in addition to Vermont, she has won in Connecticut, in New Jersey. Some Republicans thought that there was reason to believe that it would be tighter this time around, and we're still getting some of that data. But he's not going to win. She's projected to be the winner in New Jersey, along with in Maryland and Illinois. That gets her to 72 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania closed 5 minutes ago now. And obviously, it's way too early to tell. We can tell you that Kamala Harris has gone onto a lead up front, 71% to 27%. That's with 3% of the precincts reporting. I wouldn't worry too much about that at this point. It's still well too early to call, and it all depends on where the numbers are starting to come in. But as you're looking at the electoral map as it is right now, Ohio is trending towards, with a few points, Kamala Harris. That, again, is going to change. That's expected to go into Donald Trump's camp. But North Carolina and Virginia are two big ones that we're paying attention to. Kamala Harris right now is in the lead in both of those states, though in North Carolina, we only have 7% of the votes counted. She's up 55% to 43%. In Virginia, she's got a bit more of a lead, 52 to 46%, with a little over 25% of the votes counted so far. The reason why we're looking towards Virginia is not because I think Donald Trump is going to win there, but it could tell us something about the direction that Donald Trump is going. As of now, with 95% of Loudoun County, Virginia reporting, Harris wins 57 to 40%, but that was a 10-point swing towards Donald Trump when compared to 2020. So in Loudoun County, Virginia, which is a very large county, this is the one where a lot of us had paid attention to because of the activism around parents pushing back at a school district that was seemingly more interested in supporting transgender youth access to locker rooms and sporting teams. This became sort of a center for this country. This is where it all started, specifically around athletics in high school and transgender athletes. So right now, Loudoun County, Trump saw a 10-point swing. That is obviously very, very good for him. That is very good for him. In Georgia, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, talked about a little bit of controversy earlier today, a little bit of a scare. There were some bomb threats at polling places. However, they were non-credible.
Talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated.
They're not going to be intimidated, he says. And that's obviously a good message to send. We don't want any kind of threat to get in the way of people casting their vote, regardless of who it is they end up voting for. That's the kind of thing that we just want to try to get as far away from as humanly possible. Michigan numbers are starting to come in. Again, it's very early. Kamala Harris has a lead 76% to 22%, but very few votes so far have been cast. Texas also is coming in. There keeps, and I think this is more wishful thinking than anything else, but there's been for the last, I want to say decade at this point, Democrats claiming that they can turn Texas blue. The demographics of Texas have shifted fairly dramatically, and you obviously have some significant population centers that are more progressive or Democrat in Austin, Texas, for example. So there's always the possibility. Ted Cruz is running for re-election. He has been worried, to say the least. He has been out on Fox News pushing hard to get out the vote. Right now, we can tell you that Texas is leaning towards Donald Trump. It is close at 50% to 48%. But again, we only have 16% of the votes counted. This can be, however, a state to look at as far as trends for Kamala Harris. Even if she were to lose in Texas, is she picking up more independents there? Is she picking up more suburban women there? Is she outperforming where Joe Biden was performing in 2020? And it's the same in Virginia. Donald Trump is likely to lose in Virginia, but how tight are things getting? How tight? So we look at that just to get some hints as to where everything else is going. But right now, Georgia continues to trend towards Donald Trump, 57% of the vote to 43% of the vote. That's great news for Donald Trump. We said early on that if he were to lose in Georgia, it would be done for the night. He would not be able to survive that because it would just portend too many red flags. North Carolina, he also needs to win to a degree. He can get away with losing this, but if he were to win in North Carolina, it means Kamala Harris's only path to 270, unless there's some significant surprises, she would have to win in Pennsylvania. Right now in North Carolina, she's ahead. There's only 7% of the vote so far being counted, so take it for what it's worth. 54% Kamala to 44% Donald Trump. In Pennsylvania, things haven't really moved much. She's still in the lead with 76% to Trump's 22%. But again, that's going to start to tighten. Kansas is now coming in. It's a little bit too early to call. We'll be calling it relatively soon, though. Kansas will go red again for Donald Trump. Right now, he's in the lead, 70% to 28%. But again, too early at this point to call. We continue to look at Virginia for some signs and Georgia for some signs. But at the end of the day, the question is about what the American people are saying. They know who Donald Trump is. They don't really know who Kamala Harris is. They really don't. She's been out there for, a truncated campaign, but she's done a really poor job of defining where it is she stands on issues. That was intentional. We did find out earlier today, somewhat breaking news, I suppose, that she grew up in a middle-class family and was a former federal prosecutor, a prosecutor who was taking on, transnational gangs.
In a border state.
In a border state. It took me a while to figure out transnational was not what I thought it was. So it meant, in this case, coming from Mexico into California.
If I had known all this, I might have changed my vote, too.
Yeah, I mean, I really did. That's the one downside of voting as early as I did, was that, unfortunately, I didn't know that she came from a middle-class family. And that really does, for me at least, it changes everything. But when you talk to the voters, what are they saying? What do they care about? If you are a Democrat and you're hoping Kamala Harris is going to edge out Donald Trump, you're hoping everyone is focused on abortion. And she's obviously going to win on that issue if that's the number one issue. There's a first-time Pennsylvania voter who spoke to CNN.
It is time for a change. What do you mean by that?
I'm just here for women's rights and stuff like that, and just I don't really like to talk about it like in depth that much.
Like, I still voted for Kamala. She was a Kamala Harris voter, as was this university employee named Jason out of Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
Now, Republicans do not perform well on this issue. And Republicans very clearly underappreciated what that issue was going to do to turn out the vote. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But is that going to be the deciding factor here? Will it motivate enough female voters in particular to come out versus what Donald Trump is counting on, which are male voters, the low propensity, younger male voters? He's got to make up for what we have to assume will be a surge of female support in the direction of Kamala Harris. And a lot of that kind of depends on where that surge is coming from. If it all comes from California or Washington, it doesn't really matter. That's not going to impact this race. But if it's coming from Wisconsin and Michigan, if it's coming from Pennsylvania, well, then it does really matter. But not everyone is focused on that. You have a contingent of black men who, according to the polls and early data out of Georgia, they are pretty weak for Kamala Harris at this point. And they're not trending towards Donald Trump, but he's peeling enough away for it to matter. Out in Rhode Island, even though Kamala Harris easily won Rhode Island, the co-founder of BLM, the BLM chapter there, his name is Mark. He spoke to the New York Post to say, I am endorsing Donald Trump. And he might have that voice that is sort of being reflected in a lot of the young black male voter.
Kamala Harris will use anything to her advantage. I definitely will not be supporting Kamala Harris. If she ever got anywhere close to power, it would be a disaster for this country. Historically, the Democratic Party has been the party Black people overwhelmingly vote for, but we haven't gotten anything in return. So to me, that's the definition of insanity. I've been a lifelong Democrat. I voted for Biden in 2020, which I do regret now. I come from a family of Democrats. I just felt like after 60 years, our ghetto still shouldn't look like a bomb was dropped in it. The education system and school systems should not still be horribly failing. Crime and the poverty should not be so absolutely abysmal as well. For so long, we've just been blindly loyal to the Democratic Party for no reason. Many people were doing a lot better under Donald Trump. He implemented opportunity zones for the Black community, where it was tax incentive based and it was incentivized investments into the Black neighborhoods, which is what we needed to revitalize our dying economy.
Now, again, is Donald Trump going to win black male voters? No, he's not. He doesn't have to win them. He has to peel enough off of Kamala Harris. And according to the early vote, he has done that pretty considerably, as well as just black male voters not turning up for Kamala Harris. That's early vote alone. We don't know what this is going to look like as we start to get the numbers coming in showing today's voter turnout. And, you know, the voter turnout today is not going to be as, we don't think is going to be as dramatic as the early vote, which, you know, broke some records there. So we continue to pay attention in Georgia to see where things are going. He is up, Donald Trump is up 55% to 43%. If you look at the decision desk, they're looking at all the numbers in real time. So this changes based on the numbers that are coming in. But they put Donald Trump at a 72% chance to win the general election based on the numbers so far. But again, it is well too early to call.
Pennsylvania numbers are still stuck at 7% coming in. We're not just looking at the presidential race, but we're looking at Bob Casey, the incumbent senator, versus Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger. It's expected to be very close. Out in Florida, we can tell you that Rick Scott has, in fact, won re-election. He's the Republican there. We're also paying attention to the race for the Senate in Maryland, where Larry Hogan, who is a moderate Republican, very popular former governor there. It's still going to be difficult for him in deeply blue Maryland, but he's hoping to pull out an upset. Missouri Senate Josh Hawley is up for re-election. That's been a very contentious race. Still too early to call. Tennessee, not a shocker. Marsha Blackburn is the winner there, so she will return to the Senate. Friend of the show, Senator Wicker in, Elizabeth Warren now, because Massachusetts coming in. She was easily re-elected, as was Chris Murphy, the senator in Connecticut. Maine, a Republican challenger against the independent who really just votes for and caucuses with Democrats, and Angus King, we expect that he's going to win as well, but it's still too early to call. The numbers are starting to come in now from Delaware. We're not going to expect too much of a change over the course of the next 10 minutes or so as far as significant races that will change the balance of power. Keep in mind that Republicans, in order to take control of the Senate, only need now one more win that they expect to have in Montana. The problem with putting out numbers from the East Coast early could impact the West Coast, could impact the Midwest for the polls that are still open. And it could impact Republicans positively or negatively, same thing for Democrats. And there's been conversations about whether or not, and I'm curious from you guys, and you can send me a text at 1-800-465-8770. There's been a conversation as to whether or not we should put the numbers out while any poll is still open. And I can see the argument for sure, but the fact of the matter is we make the choice as to whether or not we're going to allow a different result to impact whether or not we vote. Washington State, polls close at 8 o'clock. We'll start to get some of the numbers a little after 8. Usually we have to wait about 10 to 20 minutes. But there are some really big races here. And you heard it in the last hour, Jim Walsh, Washington State GOP chairman, saying the numbers before today look fairly decent for Republicans. And it might still not be enough to overcome the sheer amount of Democrat voters here. But Democrats are not voting in the same numbers they did in 2020, and that's a real opportunity for Republicans. Whether we're talking about David Olson, who's running for the superintendent, or Jamie Herrera Butler, a public lands commissioner who has a shot at that and could become the next Republican to be elected to statewide office, a moderate Republican. She would be the first since Kim Wyman. This is a long time coming, and Dwayne, I forget Johnson, not Dwayne Johnson. What's his last name? The old treasurer, Dwayne something, a former treasurer who was a Republican. Outside of that, we haven't really seen, candidates even have a shot. And of course, we look towards the governor's race. Can Dave Reichert pull out a victory here? Bob Ferguson doesn't merely have soft support amongst the voters here. He's been running a really nasty and desperate race, which could indicate that some of the numbers he's seeing doesn't make him feel great. And so if you still have a ballot, that's a mistake. But the good news is you have a couple hours now. You have until 8 o'clock to get that ballot turned in. It has to be postmarked by 8 p.m., so do not put it in a mailbox. If you're going to take it to a post office, go directly to your local post office, hand it to them, and then it will get postmarked on time so it counts. But the easiest way is to drop it off in a drop box. And we have over 600 across the state. For our friends in Gold Bar, there's one at 5th and Orchard. For our friends over in Monroe, there's one at 1070 Village Way. If you live in Sultan, the gem of Snohomish County, 319 Main Street. If you're over in Thurston County, you can take it over to Lacey City Hall or the Lacey Library. They've got a drop box available for you. You have to turn in your ballots. We cannot win if we do not vote. That is the reality. And too many people assume we're going to lose. And maybe every single Republican tonight who's listening votes and we still lose some races. Okay, we didn't make it easy for them to win on the left. We showed them that we're willing to step up and vote when it matters. But you have to actually be willing to vote. And right now it matters. Right now it matters. Now, Pennsylvania, still numbers are coming in. We're giving a look at some of the voter analysis that's coming in from Fox News. And for folks who say they really want to see a complete change in how the government is run, they're going towards Donald Trump. The people who just want a substantial change, it's evenly split, almost 50% in the voter analysis to Donald Trump, to Kamala Harris's 47%. So again, this is how much change do you want in the way that this country is run? And for someone who said substantial, to have it 50-50 is interesting, right? I mean, the whole idea from Kamala Harris in that campaign is that this is a new generation. This is a new generation. Except she's currently in office. So we'll continue to pay attention to the numbers as they come in. We can tell you, by the way, in Florida, both amendments to legalize marijuana and late-term abortion have failed, which is pretty significant. The marijuana legalization failed at 55% saying no, and then for late-term abortion, 57%. So that's pretty significant. However, they didn't reach the 60% threshold to pass. So do I have that right, or did I have it in reverse?
Yeah, they need 60% to pass in Florida. And
so they're not there yet.
Correct.
Okay. I've seen it called, but we'll keep an eye on.
DeSantis on Twitter said that they were defeated. But.
Yeah, so I'm pretty confident that that's going to stay that way. And, you know, DeSantis is not going to come out there and make that claim unless he was confident in the numbers. So we're going to continue to review the numbers as they come in. Americans voted. Some of you still haven't, but you will. And we'll deliver you the results when we get them. This hour is brought to you by Johnny Tsunami.
It's a critical election year in politics here in Washington. The place for you to learn more about how it will affect the issues important to our safety and prosperity is the Roanoke Conference, Washington's largest gathering for those right of center. Don't miss it, January 24th to 26th in Ocean Shores, Washington. This will be the 15th annual Roanoke Conference, a gathering known for engaging open dialogue on political issues and no barriers networking among elected officials, prominent political thinkers, college students, and grassroots activists. This year, they're excited to welcome keynote speaker Coleman Hughes, host of the podcast Conversations with Coleman and author of The End of Race Politics, an argument for a colorblind America. The first 100 registrants get an early bird discount. Special discounts for students, active duty military, and law enforcement. Find out more and register at RoanokeConference.org. That's RoanokeConference.org.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital. They're based in Bellevue, and they've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. And the reason why I trust them and recommend them, it's actually pretty clear. When you deliver zero investor losses, that means you kind of know what it is you're doing. I've met with Scott Rarucka, the CEO. I've had long conversations with him. This is a guy who cares deeply about building your wealth through real estate investments. Check out their Opportunity Fund. It's paying 7% interest on short-term cash with only a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. That's where you go if you just want to dip your toes in the water, see how things go. Now, Legacy Group Capital has averaged double-digit returns since inception, with over 1,000 local investors investing over $200 million in the Legacy Group Capital family of funds. Visit them online, check out their offerings, legacyg.com. That's legacy, the letter G.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your family's safety is paramount. Thankfully, there's Northwest Security and Sound. Northwest Security and Sound is your local solution for state-of-the-art video security installation and 24-hour monitoring, fire security, and home automation. With over 71 years of experience and loads of 5-star Google reviews, no job is too big for the experts at Northwest Security and Sound. Your family, your home, and your business deserve the best. Get to nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation security analysis.
Stay with KTTH as Republicans push to win back the White House.
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
There's a party and a group of people trying to destroy my life, my kids' future. The open border, the fentanyl crisis, the public safety nightmare, inflation we haven't seen since Jimmy Carter, the war in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine.
Download the AM 770 KTTH app in your Apple or Android app store or at KTTH.com. Stay informed with KTTH, your campaign headquarters. The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, I got to thank you very much indeed for bringing these stories to our attention. When you tell people they're a target, they'll act like a target. They will either live in fear or they'll act out.
The more you allow, the farther the criminals will go. And that's why this behavior is allowed to continue.
That's exactly right.
Long form.
My next guest is a Trump supporter. She is from Edmonds. She happens to be Hispanic. And of course, despite the fact that folks on the left talk all about how they support women, how they support Hispanic, Latinos, or Latinx, turns out not everyone got that memo and not everyone was all that supportive. In fact, my next guest says she was attacked by a white liberal woman because she is a Hispanic female supporter of Donald Trump. The Edmonds PD have confirmed that they made an arrest on suspicions of a hate crime and assault. Joining me on the line is the purported victim, Gina Powell. Gina, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Take us through what happened.
So I was with a few people in Edmonds on the corner by PCC. We're just, waving our flags, supporting Trump, American flags. And I think that there was another lady. It was kind of a setup. There was a younger lady with red hair, Caucasian, who was talking to two other women. And she was given a story and talking against Trump and abortion, giving this story about her being in Florida. And because of what Trump had done, she lost her baby. She was in a hospital and something happened. They wouldn't help her. And so, we're women. So it was a sad story. And then I specifically asked, I said, when did this happen? And she said 2011. And I just stopped and I'm like, 2011? Yeah. I said, that has nothing to do with Trump. And then at that moment, this older lady comes walking right on the side of my left side of me. She came right in front of me, really close, too close into my space. And I was wearing a shirt and it said, pro-God, pro-guns, pro-life, pro-Trump. And she looked at my shirt and read it out loud. And she said, God doesn't like guns. And I just said, I just shrugged my shoulder. I said, well, I don't believe you. And then she looked at my face and she says, I cannot believe you're voting for a racist. How dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself. And I said, why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me? Are you saying that because of the color of my skin? And she said, you should just be absolutely ashamed of yourself. And I said, you just said a racist comment. I said, you're a racist. She shoved me on my chest, and I just said, don't touch me. And then she closed fist and punched me in my chin.
Jeez. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming it hurt, right? I mean, this has got to be shocking to you.
Yeah, I was in complete shock. By the grace of God, I did not lose self-control. That wouldn't have been pretty. I did not lose self-control. I was in complete shock. I could not believe. I was not expecting that from this. She was an older woman. I was not expecting that.
How old do you think she was?
She's probably in her mid-60s.
Okay, so she's an elderly woman. And how old are you?
I am 55.
Okay, so she's a few years older than you. You're just kind of having a conversation with someone, and this woman just kind of approached you, or was she with like a group of activists who were campaigning for Democrats? Who is she in relation to what was going on?
I didn't even see her before this other girl had our attention. She literally just came on the side of my left shoulder and then went right literally in front of my face to confront me.
Jeez. Was there anything happening at the time that was campaigning, or was this just a conversation with someone?
We were literally waving our flags. I was still waving my flag when the younger girl started talking to the two ladies, and I just saw her hunched over and she was crying. So I was curious, what's going on? So I go over there and I'm listening to the story. I mean, I'm a mom, we're all women, and it's sad to hear somebody lose a child, and so our attention, our emotions, she got them, so and the reason why I say I think she was with the ladies, because when all this commotion happened, I reached into my pocket. I called the police. The lady who assaulted me, she went over to the other lady who happens to be another minority, and she said, why is she calling the police? I only hit her like this, and she punched her in the chin as well. That's why she has 2 assaults. And then the people across the street that were with us, the younger kid came running over asking if it was okay. I saw her hit you. Why did she do that? Then the girl with the red hair that was crying at the time, she's standing next to the older lady, and I did stand up, and I wanted to make sure she wasn't going to leave the scene. But she starts laughing. The girl that was just crying about losing her baby is laughing, standing next to the elderly lady. Jeez. And she stayed there the whole time through the whole incident that happened. So that's why, looking back, it's like, wow, I think that was a setup. They knew each other, you can tell. So the police came quite quickly. I was really, really happy. They did come quite quickly. When the first officer went over to them first to talk to the older lady and the young girl, and I was in the distance, and the older lady who assaulted me was yelling at the cop with her hand in her face. And then the other officer came to me, asking what happened. I explained what happened. And then she went back over to talk to the other officer. Then she came back to me again, and she said, well, she confirmed everything that you just told me. She confirmed that's what she did, but she doesn't feel like she did anything wrong. She feels like she was in the right.
Yeah.
So we are definitely, I understand you're pressing charges. I said, yes. Says we're definitely taking her in, and she's definitely being arrested.
And she was, in fact, arrested. I spoke with a Edmonds PD spokesperson charged with 2 assault charges and hate crime offense charge, or suspected actions. Obviously, she has not yet been charged by the or prosecuted. Files haven't been charged, excuse me. Yeah. And we're waiting to name her until after
charges are actually filed by the prosecuting attorney's office. Once that happens, of course, we'll put that information out there. But how do you feel today?
Well, I took off work. I didn't think I would. I didn't think it would bug me this much, but I could not sleep last night. I'm literally sick to my stomach. It just reminds me of some rhetoric I've heard from, like, some of the left, Nancy Pelosi and, Rachel Maddow, those type people making statements as if, I think she felt justified because being a Trump supporter is to them a form of being violent. And so they are allowed to literally be physical violent against that person. So I've heard of that. I've heard the rhetoric, but to be on this side of it, it kind of affected me, Sorry. Yeah.
No, I can hear it in your voice. You are upset with what happened. I think any person would be.
Yeah, because, another thing the cop said, she was really sweet. She said, you guys have been down here for 3 days. I just wanted to thank you because you guys have been peaceful. There hasn't been any issues. And I said, there's been other people yelling, cussing. And I said, I honestly, I don't care. Like, they can say what they want. I do believe in freedom of speech, but you can't touch me. You can't touch a person.
Yeah.
You can say what you want, but you can't physically touch them. It's not right. You don't have the right to do that, so.
How difficult has it been being a female Hispanic Republican in this state?
You can't even imagine. Very, very difficult. People make comments to me all the time. They assume that I am, a supporter of the Democrat Party. And when I respond back that I'm not, then they switch. It's like people who have known me a long time. They know my character. They know me as a person. Never been any issues with me until they hear that. And then I'm their enemy. I'm their enemy. And I hear comments, oh, you must be married to a white guy or, Uncle Tom and stuff like that. And it's just, I just wasn't raised as a victim. I was born and raised in this area, in Ballard, and we were the only dark-skinned people in the 70s. Mm-hmm. We did experience that kind of stuff, but my mom, when we come home, there was racist stuff, but she never pointed out it's because you guys are dark. She'd always point out there are evil people out there. There's evil, and so I can recognize evil for what it is and not because of the color of my skin. So that's just been my mindset my whole life.
Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump because I feel like he supports my views. I am for closing the borders of all the illegal immigrants. I am supportive of keeping men out of women's locker rooms, children's locker rooms, out of women's sports. I don't agree with the things that they're teaching the children in school. I think the children in school should be learning education, math, reading, history. I voted for Trump because I know he's not racist, and I know that he does love all American people. Make America great again. That means all Americans, every one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you went through this. I know what it's like being from a minority group that's told I'm not supposed to be a conservative or a Republican or vote for any conservative Republicans. So, unfortunately, that's the world in which we live, and ironic that it comes from the folks who claim that they're so tolerant and accepting and inclusive, but clearly they're not. Gina, good luck with today. I hope we're very clearly both on the same side politically, so hopefully it goes well later tonight. Just a few hours from now, we might know whether or not Donald Trump's going to return to the White House, and we'll certainly be here monitoring all of the results, and hopefully justice is served here, Gina. I appreciate you sharing your story.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. We're back with live coverage of tonight's election when we return on the Jason Rantz Show.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Jason Rantz here for Johnny Tsunami. Do yourself a favor. Avoid all the stress of untangling Christmas lights or the dangers of climbing ladders to get those Christmas lights on the sides of your homes. Allow Johnny Tsunami to take care of all of it. Not only will they do a better job, let's be honest, they're professionals. They can do a better job. But you'll be in your neighborhood, the one everyone talks about. Ooh, did you see their home? How'd they get such a great job done? How did he do it? How did she do it? Well, you were wise enough to go to getjohnny.com, Johnny with an H. They offer premium holiday lighting. And what that means for you is peace of mind because they do full lighting service. That means they install professionally. They provide their own designs working with you. They do custom designs. They do next day touch-ups. And they store the lights, which means they take them down when they're ready to come down. These lighting packages start at just $800, and right now you can get $100 off if you go to getjohnny.com. There are some exceptions. Head on over to getjohnny.com, JOHNNY, or give them a call for a free estimate, 206-207-9411, 206-207-9411, or getjohnny.com.
Is your car giving you fits? Mystery warning lights again? A proper diagnostic could save you thousands. Express Auto Repair and Transmissions in Burien can help you get back on the road without breaking the bank. They're a full-service auto shop with a 4.8-star Google rating. And right now, you can get a free diagnostic with any repair. Trust the experts at Express Auto Repair and Transmissions, where quality meets affordability. That's Express with an X, and they're in Burien. Online at expressautofix.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Don't wait until Black Friday for your new Liberty Safe. Our biggest sale of the year is all November long. Store-wide savings and special financing options make now the best time to buy. American-made Liberty 12-gun rifle safes are just $4.99 and no sales tax on gun safes. Shop early for the best selection and biggest savings. Call Northwest Safe, 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and CLU School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward, if you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! I'm Enrique Cerna. Washington's general election is Tuesday, November 5th. If you haven't registered to vote yet, there's still time to make your voice heard. Register in person at a county elections office or voting center until 8 p.m. on Election Day, November 5th. Find voting center locations at votewa.gov. That's votewa.gov. Secure your vote. Register today.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State, the Washington State Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024. Will Trump take back the White House? Stay informed with real-time election results on AM 770 KTTH.
Welcome back. I'm Jason Rantz. We are watching as the polls close at the top of the next hour. 6 o'clock, we'll see polls closing in more than a dozen states. And we're still paying very close attention to Georgia, where Donald Trump maintains a lead. But what was really interesting, according to the Fox News voter analysis, that's their exit polls, amongst the early voters, it was evenly split, 49% as to who they supported. Evenly split. And yet we saw that black male voters were not showing up for Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump was overperforming with them. So we're going to continue to look at that as it gets tighter, potentially, for Donald Trump. But as of right now, with a little over half of the votes in, you've got Donald Trump in the lead, 55% to Kamala Harris's 44%. But we might be getting a better understanding as to why folks have been paying attention to Virginia. Virginia's a weird one, man. Donald Trump is now in the lead. Now, we've got 43% in, but considering we have Loudoun County that's got a lot of votes counted already, and he's performing 10 points higher than he did in 2020, there's the potential for an upset. I'm not ready to say I expect that to happen because I don't want my heart broken. But if he were to win in Virginia, that changes the outlook tonight dramatically.
Funny you say that, because Decision Desk literally just called it for Kamala, though, which is interesting.
So Decision Desk, we're not doing that at 43%. Fox News, CNN, everyone else has not called it. So I'm going to stay with, again, I'm not expecting him to win there.
Yeah.
But the question is, how close is it going to be? How close will it be? Because if it truly is exceptionally close, well, then we expect he will start to pull ahead in some of the other states. Pennsylvania, looking specifically at the independent voters, and they may end up deciding where this election goes. We've got about 13% of the vote, and Harris is in the lead, 68% to 31%, still very early. But looking at the numbers, Harris is not performing as well amongst independents. She's at 44%. Trump is winning them at 50%, according to the exit polls. Now, Biden won independents in Pennsylvania by 8 points in the last election. And so Donald Trump is currently ahead, according to the exit polls, by 6%. If that number actually holds, if that actually becomes the number, then he will end up winning in Pennsylvania, short of something dramatic happening with Republicans either not voting for him, or we'll get numbers of turnout for Democrats that's exceptionally high, right? So that still can happen. And we caution, not only if you're listening, but throughout the night, and God forbid throughout tomorrow morning, the exit polls are just polls. You're coming out and someone walks up to you, some goofy guy like Jackson, and he'll ask you a bunch of questions and you will answer. What do I do on polls when I get questioned? Lie.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
I just lie.
When you're polled, yeah.
When I'm polled, yeah. I lie. I'm honest about my answers, but I always lie about my ideology. Always lie. And every once in a while, depending on who I think is behind the poll, I'll lie on other things as well, because I want to skew it and hurt Democrats. So, we're essentially dealing with that with exit polls. So just keep that in mind. Now, are most people as evil and mean as I am with the polls? Probably not. And exit polls tend to be more accurate, obviously, than your traditional poll before an election. But there's some reason to believe that things will go well for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. And if that is, in fact, the case, then he will win this election. If he wins in Pennsylvania, assuming nothing else dramatic happens, that's obviously good news for him. He's pulled ahead in North Carolina. It's still only 24% of the votes counted, but Kamala Harris had been, pretty consistently in the lead, and it tightened and tightened and tightened. Now he's up 53% to 45%. North Dakota is coming in. It will eventually go to Donald Trump, but it's still too early to call. Michigan, you have Kamala Harris in the lead, and it is still too early to call, but 55 to 43%. This is where, looking towards the third-party candidates that currently has about 2% of the vote, that might come into play. New York Times, based on the numbers coming in right now, have it Kamala Harris is expected to win Michigan by 0.2, which means there's no expectation at this point. And the same with Pennsylvania. It gives us very slight edge, I think also 0.2 to Donald Trump. So we don't know where that's going to go. Mike Rogers in Michigan, he's the congressman who's running for Senate as a Republican. He's going up against Elisa Slotkin, the incumbent Democrat. It's supposed to be a tight race. Slotkin had always had a little bit of an edge, but it became tighter and tighter and tighter the closer we got to tonight. And so right now, Slotkin is leading by a substantial margin, about 13 points, but again, a little bit too early to call. What's curious, because we talk about looking for hints as to how someone's going to perform. If you go into Florida, and Donald Trump won in Florida, so he'll be very pleased with that. This is the first time a Republican has won in Miami-Dade County in 36 years. He outperformed significantly from 2020. Now, Miami-Dade County, a lot of Hispanic voters, Latino voters, or Latinx, which is what Democrats call them, which is why they don't do so well anymore amongst Latinos. That's a pretty significant jump. And if that's something that we continue to see tonight, more Latino voters trending towards Donald Trump, in addition to black male voters at least trending away from Kamala Harris, that will mean a very good night for Donald Trump. In Maine, we're starting to get the numbers come in. Donald Trump is in the lead, 51 to 47. That one is way too early to call. Ohio, Donald Trump has taken the lead, 52% to 47%. We have about 45% of the votes counted so far. Again, we expect that Donald Trump will win in Ohio. The question is more about how many votes can he help deliver to Bernie Moreno, who is running for the Senate there. He's trying to unseat the incumbent, Sherrod Brown. So we continue to take a look at those Ohio results. If he's able to win Bernie Moreno, that's obviously a big pickup for the Republicans. Right now, he's trailing by about a percentage point. It's 49.2 to 48.1%. There's a third-party candidate there, a libertarian, who's pulled in 2.6% of the vote so far. Bernie Moreno could sure have used those 69,903 votes that have been cast for him so far. Don Kissick is the third-party candidate. He's obviously not going to win, but he might end up playing a spoiler. This one is expected to be very close. We've been seeing that so far. We haven't seen very many upsets at this point. It is very tight in Texas for Ted Cruz. He had said that the polling showed that he was up by 1 or 2 percentage points. Right now, with 53% of the vote in, Ted Cruz is leading with 50.8% to Colin Allred's 47.3%. Libertarian here, Ted Brown, has 1.9%. And I have to assume that the Libertarian candidates pull from Republican candidates, right? That's my guess. So Ted Cruz, while he's still in the lead right now, it's only separated by about 200,000 votes. So this one will be tight. He's still expected to win, but if it's this tight, if he's only up by 1 point, according to the polls going in, that's a little risky for him. Larry Hogan right now is in the lead in the Senate position, Republican in Maryland, up against Angela Also Brooks at 23%. Still too early to call, but that would be a pickup if Larry Hogan is able to pull that one out. It's not expected, but he's been saying it could be one of those sleeper races. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. We continue to pay close attention as Arizona is about to close along with Wisconsin. We'll have some early updates when we come back.
With great reviews and friendly, smiling faces, General Transmission can repair your transmission for far less than a replacement. Need a second opinion? Trust General Transmission. Family owned and operated since 1988, generaltransmission.com. It's a critical election year in politics here in Washington. The place for you to learn more about how it will affect the issues important to our safety and prosperity is the Roanoke Conference, Washington's largest gathering for those right of center. Don't miss it, January 24th to 26th in Ocean Shores, Washington. This will be the 15th annual Roanoke Conference, a gathering known for engaging open dialogue on political issues and no barriers networking among elected officials, prominent political thinkers, college students, and grassroots activists. This year, they're excited to welcome keynote speaker Coleman Hughes, host of the podcast Conversations with Coleman and author of The End of Race Politics, an argument for a colorblind America. The first 100 registrants get an early bird discount. Special discounts for students, active duty military, and law enforcement. Find out more and register at RoanokeConference.org. That's RoanokeConference.org.
Are you prepared for emergencies? Northwest Security and Sound ensures your home, business, and family are safe and prepared for anything, from natural disasters and political unrest to home invasions. Northwest Security and Sound's state-of-the-art security systems include video security, fire security, and emergency alerts. Stay one step ahead of any crisis with their 24/7 monitoring services. Protect your family, home, and business today. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com right now to schedule your free, no-obligation assessment.
If you've been considering building your dream home or trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, but you don't know where to start, then you need to talk to Legacy Group Capital. Jason Rantz here. I spoke with Scott Rarucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, about what makes his company different than working with a bank or credit union. First, banks and credit unions make it so much harder than it needs to be. They don't specialize in construction, so there's tons of red tape and endless approval guidelines. Legacy Group Capital are the experts for common sense residential construction loans. For homeowners, Legacy Group Capital will advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, they'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, they'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit them at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Put my luxurious marketing to work for you and save thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. Visit upgraderealty.com. Upgraderealty.com.
Does your body need a detox? Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or life.
This is a Fox News alert. Election return starting to come in. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting. The other, Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked into a tight race. It's too early to call. Arizona is also too early to call as polls close. Fox News can project that Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Trump has a lead in Iowa, where there is no call at the top of the hour. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts. The more suburban 2nd district in Omaha is too early to call, but Harris has a lead. The Fox News decision desk projects that Harris will win New York, given the vice president 28 more votes. Harris has a lead in Minnesota, but it's too early to call. And Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado, giving her 10 more electoral college votes. The party underway at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Fox's Edna Brown is there.
Earlier in the day, Trump voters gathered to watch the former president cast his ballot. The former president is beginning the evening at his home, Mar-a-Lago, before coming here.
Vice President Harris will await results at her alma mater, Howard University.
When you see photos of Vice President Harris on stage at the event, Founders Library will be behind her. That building may look familiar. It was based on the Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Voters in Florida have rejected a ballot measure that would have legalized recreational marijuana for adults at least 21 years old. America is listening to Fox News.
You okay? Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
There's over 50 Chevrolet dealerships located in Washington state. Most in the biggest cities like Seattle, Tacoma, Spokane, Everett, Puyallup, Bellevue, Federal Way, Renton. You get the idea. All the biggies. Then there's some in the smallest towns too, like Sumner, population about 9,700, and home of Sunset Chevrolet, Washington state's #1 volume Chevrolet dealer month after month. Let that sink in. Is it because Sunset has the lowest prices? Could be. But all Chevrolet dealers pay exactly the same for the same vehicles from the factory. So it's probably not price. Even though no one can get you a new Chevrolet quicker or for less than Sunset. And that's guaranteed. Here's what it is. You just get more from Sunset. Like warranty protection for life and oil changes for life, saving you thousands down the road. And no one will pay you more for your trade. That's why more people go to Sunset Chevrolet from all over the state to get their new Chevrolet. So find new roads to Sunset Chevrolet in downtown Sumner. You just get more from Sunset, and people do like that.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, my name is Alan Acosta with A Hero's Promise. I want to tell you about our friends at Let Freedom Ring in Lacey. They are dedicated to helping law-abiding citizens exercise their right to bear arms. Whether you're a veteran or a first-time buyer, the friendly and knowledgeable staff will assist you every step of the way. With quality products and services at reasonable prices, Let Freedom Ring in Lacey, your Patriot headquarters. Whether in person, phone, or email, letfreedomringllc.com for contact info.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You're listening to special election night coverage. Will Trump take back the White House?
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America.
Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com on AM 770 KTTH.
I'm Jason Rantz. Welcome to a special edition of the show, Election Night 2024. America has voted. Some Americans are still voting. Some of you still haven't turned in your ballot. But we're getting numbers coming in, and as expected, it's incredibly close. It's tight. But 6 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock Eastern, a whole bunch of states just closed their polls. Wisconsin, where we expect it to be neck and neck, obviously way too early to call. Arizona, the same. Things had been going well in Arizona, seemingly with the Harris campaign conceding it's unlikely that they'll be able to hang on to it as Joe Biden was able to. But we're also looking at the Senate race there where Kari Lake is hoping to pull out an upset. In Texas, it has been called. Donald Trump will win in Texas. We have Ted Cruz taking a little bit more of a lead, almost 52%. Over his Democrat challenger. there are a lot of eyes, frankly, on the state of Iowa as a result of that shock poll coming from Ann Seltzer claiming that Harris was actually up by 3 points versus all the other polling, including Emerson, which had just come out showing Donald Trump ahead by 10 points. So we're looking to see whether or not that was just a junk poll, and junk polls happen. There's no doubt. There are always going to be outlier polls. Or if that is going to give us some hints that things are not going to turn well for Donald Trump in the so-called blue wall states. As of right now, but again, it's still very, very early. Donald Trump is in the lead in Iowa, 64% to 34%. But again, take that with a grain of salt at this point. We can tell you that Nebraska and its 2 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump, and 1 vote will end up going to the winner of each district. So we're getting trying to figure out where that's going to be. Trump will win in the 1st and 3rd districts, though. The more suburban 2nd district in Omaha is too early to call, but Harris has a lead. Again, we expect that she will win that 1 electoral college vote. Harris will also win in New York. Not a shock. She is in the lead right now in Minnesota, where she is expected to win, but there's been some chatter about maybe this being a little bit closer than what some folks expected out of Minnesota, given, of course, this is home to Governor Tim Walz, who is, of course, the potential vice presidential elect tonight. But we're still waiting for those numbers to come in. We can also tell you that Kamala Harris will win in Colorado. She gets 10 electoral college votes there. Another state that was, again, at the last minute, there's been some focus on New Mexico. Why is it that on Friday of this past week, heading into the final weekend of this race, why would Donald Trump go for a speech in Albuquerque, New Mexico? What were they seeing? What did they see? It's still too early to call. But again, it's not necessarily if he'll win in New Mexico. It's about how tight it will be. Because especially when you're looking not just at the electoral college, but obviously whomever is the winner tonight wants to get the popular vote. And if he can pick up votes across any of these states, blue or red, that's going to help him. If you compare it to 2020 in Florida, he has picked up a tremendous number of votes that were unexpected. Like we said in the last hour, Miami-Dade County, first time in over 3 decades that went for a Republican, went for Donald Trump, and he saw a 10-point swing. Looking at Louisiana, as expected, Donald Trump is the winner. Also in Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. So he wins in all of those states. Right now, the number is of electoral votes, 178 Donald Trump to 113 Kamala Harris, obviously helped by the New York number of 28, which she was able to pick up. And it was a very decisive victory in New York. Right now, it's 71% to 28%. It'll tighten a little bit, but we do expect that one to be fairly a blowout. There is some question as to who is going to be in control of the Senate. And Republicans, as of this point, need to win just 1 seat, assuming they don't lose any. They just need 1 seat, and they will have control in the Senate. The first flip was in West Virginia. Jim Justice and his adorable dog, they are the winners. I say they. People really voted for the dog, let's be honest. But that is a flip. So that's obviously a really big deal for Republicans there. They're now looking towards Montana to see whether or not they're going to be able to pick off yet another Democrat in Tester, who is seen as very, very vulnerable and for the most part has been seen as the expected loser in that race. Bernie Moreno right now has taken the lead in Ohio. This would be a pickup for Republicans if he's able to best Sherrod Brown, who is the Democrat incumbent. It's still close, and it's expected to stay close. But with over 50% of the vote in, it's 49.6% to 47.5%. We'll continue to keep an eye on that particular race, as we will in Michigan. We're still not getting a whole bunch of numbers coming in. We've only got a little less than 10% of the vote counted. Lisa Slotkin is still the incumbent Democrat. She's still in the lead with about 53% to Mike Rogers, the congressman, at 44%. Slotkin had maintained a pretty consistent lead of about 2 to 4 points, depending on the poll. But she had been fairly consistent there. So it would be a little bit of a surprise if Mike Rogers was able to pull that out. But things have tightened. And again, we don't know where Michigan's going to go from an electoral college perspective. So they're keeping an eye on that to see whether or not anything will, tighten to a point of concern for Democrats. But as of right now, she's still in the lead. Arizona is going to be an interesting one. It doesn't seem like Kari Lake has a shot according to the polls, but as Arizona turned redder and earned more support for the Republican Donald Trump and, of course, J.D. Vance, who we've not mentioned tonight, that might end up helping her. As of now, with the national popular vote, Donald Trump is in the lead with a little over 25 million. That's obviously a good sign for him this early on. He's trending higher than he was in the past. But ultimately, I think the sense is, based on the numbers right now, we wouldn't be shocked if we got another 2016 result, in that he might win the Electoral College, she would win the popular vote. We don't know if that's going to be the case. We just don't know yet. But according to the New York Times, and people have to understand this, they have that meter that moves based on the numbers that are coming in. It only looks at what is coming in, meaning it only looks at what's being reported. So you have to take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, but it's a little instructive, I suppose. And right now, it's estimating that Donald Trump will win the election with 281 electoral votes. He's also expected, as of now, to be the winner in this election, but still early. I don't want to get people's hopes up. And the reason is we've still got a number of states that have not yet been called that can tell us either clearly who's going to win or give us some hints as to who's going to lose. Georgia is one of those states. With 68% of the vote in, Donald Trump has maintained his lead, 52.5% to 47% coming from Kamala Harris there, but we're still getting some of the numbers in particular, some of the bigger areas like Atlanta. We're still waiting to get a sense of how many votes are still outstanding. There's some smaller counties that are more rural Georgia that haven't reported anything yet. That obviously is good news, assuming the trends continue. That's good news for Donald Trump because he has been clearly overperforming in these more rural areas. Kamala Harris has been sort of a little bit mixed in whether or not she's overperforming or not. Suburban voters are obviously going towards Kamala Harris in some pretty healthy numbers. About 52% of the Pennsylvania vote right now is going towards her from that community. When you look at suburban women, that's where you see she's got a nice advantage. Not quite as high as I thought it would be. She's leading among suburban women in Pennsylvania, 56% to Donald Trump's 42%. She needs to win in Pennsylvania if she hopes to take the White House. This, of course, depending on whether or not she carries or loses North Carolina. And right now she is trailing in North Carolina. But we're paying close attention in particular to suburban men and men in general. Suburban men, if that's down, well, the good news is for Donald Trump is those are fewer Democrat voters. But for her, she's hoping to overperform with women. And that's going to be a way for her to pull this one out. I can tell you, however, as my computer just froze, there we go.
AM 770 KTTH, election alert.
Donald Trump just won Ohio. It's been called 54% to 45%. Ohio, as we told you, was expected to go towards Donald Trump. Was he able to bring up enough votes to help out Bernie Moreno? Right now, Moreno, the Senate candidate, is in the lead, but it's still too close to call. But with that Ohio win, Donald Trump was able to put 17 more electoral votes in his corner, so he's up 195 to 113 for Harris. Keep in mind that you just need 270. When you get to 270, you win this. We are now starting to get some numbers out of Iowa, and it shows Kamala Harris in the lead with 58% to Donald Trump 40%, with a little under 10% of the vote coming in. Before you completely freak out, no, it's because we had a Polk County, very large county, Democrat county. They put out their numbers. They're a little over 55% of the vote being counted. So that's obviously going to trend in her direction in that particular county. We don't have much from outside of that very large Democrat county. We've got some coming for Republicans in Carroll County, for example, and Poweshiek, but those are very, very, very tiny. So don't freak out at this point. But I can tell you there are a lot of folks right now, a ton of folks, who are looking specifically at the state of Iowa to see whether or not that Ann Seltzer poll was accurate. And if it is, Donald Trump loses. If that poll was accurate and he loses in Iowa, he will lose this election, not because of the 6 electoral votes, but the chances of him, if he's losing that much because of suburban women in particular, senior women especially, if you extrapolate that to the other states, it would be very difficult for him to overcome that. Michigan, it remains too close to call, with Harris at 53% to Trump's 44%. One small business owner spoke to CNN. He said, look, I voted for Biden the last time, but this time the economy's number one and Trump's got my vote.
Said the economy was stronger for you as a business owner when Trump was president than during the last 4 years of Biden.
That's correct. Yeah, I feel like, even though with a lot of stimulus, a lot of that stuff coming through, but I feel like business would run a lot better when Trump was a president. But, when if he wins this time, I think we would get to that ladder.
And we've heard a lot of similar concerns over the economy. It's the number one issue according to all of the exit polls. It's the economy. And folks obviously know that Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. And you cannot completely separate yourself from the current administration if you're a part of it, though that has been a key part of the campaign strategy. Don't get into specifics. Don't say specific policies you stand for. Just talk about how you are full of joy or something, and talk about your middle income family that you grew up with. That's essentially what her strategy has been. Attack, attack, attack. Try to freak people out about Donald Trump. And I don't know if that's going to work ultimately. Looking specifically in Michigan at the exit polls, a good number for Donald Trump is he's winning amongst young voters, 51% to 47%. That, again, is according to the Michigan exit poll. 51% amongst young voters is very good for a Republican, period, but especially for Donald Trump. Do those numbers hold? Don't know. One state that we've been paying close attention to, and this one, I'm still not anywhere close, Jackson, to having my hopes up for Virginia, but I can tell you it should not be as close as it is right now.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
It's shocking how close it is. 52% of the vote in, and he's currently leading by a handful of votes, 20,000-ish votes, 49%, 50% to 49%. So, again, assuming these numbers hold, they were right, I suppose, to say, pay attention here to Virginia when Glenn Youngkin was telling us that. He may, again, ultimately lose in Virginia, which is still the expectation. But this could be a sleeper for him. And again, if he wins in Virginia, that changes the electoral outlook for him. He gets a little bit more wiggle room. And obviously Kamala Harris, considerably less wiggle room. Delaware has just been called for Kamala Harris, not a shock. Kelly Ayotte is the next governor in New Hampshire. I think earlier I said it would have been a pickup. My apologies. She staved off a pickup for Democrats. Ayotte is a Republican, and she is the winner there. Our friend, because he was on the show one time, the governor of Indiana will be Mike Braun, former senator. So we keep an eye on the governor races as well. But for the most part, we haven't seen any surprises. The one question is how Mark Robinson, who was the Republican disaster running for governor in North Carolina, he loses to Democrat Stein, who's the current attorney general. But, you know, did that have any impact on Donald Trump? Right now in North Carolina, Donald Trump holds on to a slim lead with 50% of the vote in. He's up 51% if you round up to 48%. If that holds, and just for the sake of argument, say Donald Trump wins in North Carolina and Georgia, and as of right now, he's leading. Kamala Harris 100% has to win Pennsylvania. 100%. There is no wiggle room at all unless there is a dramatic shift somewhere. And that, again, is why people are looking to Iowa. With 10% of the vote coming in, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 57 to 41%. But again, we haven't seen any of the bigger counties come in. If you're just joining us, where we stand right now, Donald Trump at 195 electoral votes. The big numbers for him coming from Florida, Ohio, Texas. He won in all of the states in the South that you expected him to win. And then he picked up, again, as expected, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming. Minnesota's an interesting one. We still have too few votes. He's taken the lead, but again, it's not. It might end up being closer than people think, but he's not expected to win. He's also taken an early lead in Wisconsin. It's still way too early to call. For Kamala Harris, she gets to the 113 in large part because of the huge numbers she's able to pull out of just a handful of states. We're talking about New York and Illinois delivering a number of electoral votes, 28 in New York, 19 in Illinois. She wins in Colorado. That's another 10. And she's paying close attention. I'm sure her campaign is, just like every talking head out there right now, is paying attention to New Hampshire as to whether or not she's going to be able to keep a win there. But if things are that close in Virginia, it's possible things are that close in New Mexico, which is significant for Donald Trump. New Hampshire has been called for Kamala Harris, and not close as of right now. She's up by 10 points. So I'm not entirely sure why New Hampshire all of a sudden was being talked about. Was that a little bit of a trick that maybe the campaign was playing to divert some resources?
Trying to open up another front.
Right, perhaps. But we haven't seen all of the numbers yet. I can now say, however, that Texas has been called for Ted Cruz, 52% to 46%. So a much healthier margin as of now. It might not hold that much, but much healthier than what we were told going into this. So Ted Cruz, much to the dismay of every single Democrat who keeps pretending that Texas is going to turn blue. It's not happening. It's the Jason Rantz Show. We continue when we come back.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. Our own craftsmen will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it off with a beautiful quartz countertop, all in about a week. Book now and we'll be able to schedule the installation of your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll receive an additional 15% up to $3,000 off. Call today and schedule a free in-home consultation where we'll bring a showroom to you. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com. That's heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on AM 770 KTTH, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3, right here on AM 770 KTTH, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Leading Edge Medicine helps you decide how to age. See what your options really are. Every Saturday morning between 8 and 10, Dr. Jerry Mixon and Dr. Samira Umat answer your health questions live on the radio. Longevity Medical Clinic is the ultimate preventative medical clinic for good reasons. Hear Leading Edge Medicine, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10, right here on AM 770 KTTH.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Cougs versus everybody.
Let's go. Lots of communication. Here we go. Set your mind right with the right intentions. Let's go get it.
Washington State returns home this Saturday as they welcome Utah State to Giza Field. Kickoff is set for 7:30.
You go into any local restaurant, bar, whatever it is, you're going to see a Coug logo, and it means something to everybody here.
It's all on your home for Cougar football.
Catch the game this Saturday on AM 770 KTTH and on the Seattle Sports app.
Save up to 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. With great deals on heating and cooling, backup generators, ductless heat pumps, and more, now is the best time to buy. Plus, with 12-month interest-free financing, investing in your home comfort has never been easier or more affordable. Trust the team at Bob's Heating to keep your home warm and cozy during the chilly season. Your family's comfort is our family business.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Time is running out to save 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. Now through the end of the month, save big on home comfort systems, generators, water heaters, and more. Plus, take advantage of 12-month interest-free financing and get your home winter ready before the chilly season starts. Trust the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest to be your dedicated home comfort company. Call Bob's today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024. Will Trump take back the White House? Stay informed with real-time election results on AM 770 KTTH.
You're listening to a special edition of the Jason Rantz Show here on Election Night 2024, where during the break there have been some developments. It has not yet been called by the networks. However, Decision Desk, as well as News Nation, which I guess technically is a network, is calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. It is still too close to call for Fox, NBC, CNN, etc. However, if this holds and he's still in the lead and the Decision Desk is correct and they're reputable, that makes it much more difficult for Kamala Harris to win this unless she gets Pennsylvania. And the way things are looking right now, and again, this is based on the map as it is at 6:33 p.m., she also needs to start picking up in Georgia. Now, Georgia has tightened a little bit from where it was before. She's up to 47% to Donald Trump's 52%. It was previously 53-46. So she's picking up some steam, but there is 3/4 of the votes cast and counted as of right now. And she is about-ish where Joe Biden was at this time. He ends up, of course, winning. So can she eke out a win as the remaining numbers come in? We're obviously going to be paying very close attention. And this really will possibly come down to the number of black male voters who either didn't go with Kamala Harris or didn't go with her and then switched to Donald Trump. And as we saw in the early vote count, he was outperforming 2020. She was underperforming 2020 amongst both black male voters and even black women. But that was based on the early vote, not on today's count. So she could make that up. But looking at the numbers in Georgia, things are starting to tighten. People might be getting a little bit nervous, as it were. And we'll continue to keep an eye on this. In Wisconsin, things have just flipped with Kamala Harris in the lead at 51% to 48%. It's only 17% of the votes are in and counted, so it's still too early to call. Minnesota, we don't know exactly what's up, but they are very slow in putting in their numbers, so it's still not even worth diving into. Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 53% to 45% for Donald Trump. And again, we're talking about only 12.5% of the votes cast, so it's too early to call. Same with Pennsylvania, which is just coming in very, very slowly, unfortunately. 44% Trump, 55% for Harris, but 27% of the votes cast have been counted as of now. The big surprise remains in Virginia, which, frankly, I still think she's going to win, but very close. He's still ahead and is maintaining that lead. Ultimately, I think he's going to lose this once we get some of the other numbers from the Democratic strongholds, but it should not be this close. It should not be this close. And yet he right now is in the lead 50 to 48%. But if things are this close and voters are trending in his direction that traditionally have not voted for him, right now, like we said, we saw about a 10-point swing in Loudoun County that obviously can bode well for him in the so-called, blue wall states. New Mexico numbers are starting to trickle in. It's still way, way too early with 13% of the vote, but Donald Trump is actually ahead. And again, however, it's still early. I wouldn't take too much into account there. Georgia, he's still holding firm. The question is whether or not the strategy from the left, which was really contingent upon having the media on your side, if the strategy of claiming democracy is on the line was actually going to work. that we may end up losing our rights. This may be the last election. We heard that this morning. I mean, Joe Scarborough was just unhinged in a rant.
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents.
Please don't go on. But that's what we're hearing. Is that strategy ultimately going to be enough for Kamala Harris, who has not defined her vision? She's used a lot of words. Doesn't sound like she wrote them. Sounds like they were constructed in some focus group. And she stuck to the talking points over and over and over again, not really telling us where she would be different than what we're currently experiencing. And that, I think, is in large part why we've seen so much of the over-the-top rhetoric, including from a quote-unquote historian, Michael Beschloss, who is a radical lefty for NBC. He said this morning on MSNBC.
If historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning.
No, it's not open this morning. You big dum-dum. It's not open this morning. It's not open this morning. It's not open in this evening. It wasn't open yesterday. It's not going to be open tomorrow. This is the kind of rhetoric that is, in fact, dangerous, if people believe that. I know maybe Michael forgot, maybe intentionally, quote-unquote, forgot. There was 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump. One was nearly successful. Had it not been for just a tiny movement of the head, he would be dead. This is dangerous rhetoric.
And if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which, again, that question is open this morning.
No, that's also not open this morning. You know how I know that? Because Donald Trump was president, and your ridiculous, absolute ridiculous rhetoric was all over MSNBC. So I doubt that all of a sudden he's going to want to silence you, although,
In the future, historians are going to look back on this day and say this is the day that America made a choice between freedom and democracy on one side and authoritarianism and dictatorship on the other.
Now, if you are a voter who's concerned about the economy, if you're truly concerned about the economy, does that rhetoric move you at all? Does that help you at all? In North Carolina, a voter spoke with CNN.
The world's going to choose, or the United States is, who's the president. But for me, it's what I believe is the best thing for our country, and what I have to choose from, I believe he's the best one.
He believes Donald Trump is the best one. That's what he believes. And so for Britt Hume over at Fox News, he's pointing out a little bit earlier this evening, that democracy line just is not ringing true for people.
Candidate selection in 2022 that he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight? And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Can I clarify
something? The price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid. And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270.
That's Brett Baer over at Fox News. And I think, Britt Hume is correct. This was all being pursued by the media. But the media, even though we talk a lot about it and we can see through a lot of this garbage, we don't really understand, or really, it's not so much understand, we can't appreciate, if that's the right word, the impact media outlets, when they're working together, essentially, on behalf of one candidate, the power that they can have, the power that they do have in crafting a narrative for the American people. That's the reality. And in races that are tight, that could matter. If all you're getting fed is a stream of lie after lie after lie, demonization nonstop, it can influence the way you see a candidate. And this is true of the right. I mean, conservative media can do exactly the same thing, but we don't have as many conservative media outlets out there, right? So even if every conservative media was saying, the outlet was saying the exact same thing, just lying about Kamala Harris, yeah, we would have a whole lot of power if we had a whole bunch of different conservative media outlets. We just don't. But right now, just to set things up, the top of the hour, we're going to have some more results hopefully coming through, but all eyes are on Pennsylvania, where it appears this is the state that will decide the election. And while Kamala Harris has an early lead right now, the heavily Democratic absentee mail ballots represent most of the votes that have already been counted. And when you start getting today's numbers from Republican voters, it's going to tighten and tighten and tighten some more. So this is going to matter. When we come back, we're also going to return our attention to Michigan, where Grand Rapids numbers are starting to come in. Donald Trump has to do well here if he stands a chance in Michigan. We're going to get you the live results when we come back on the Jason Rantz Show.
Does your body need a detox? Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
In the wake of the recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together, we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville, Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Every dollar counts. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
For most people, retirement's a journey that's only taken once in a lifetime. You can't afford to make a mistake that could jeopardize your quality of life in retirement. That's where Brian Evans of Madrona Financial and CPAs comes in. As both a financial advisor and CPA, Brian has the knowledge and tools to talk sound financial planning and taxes. And Brian shares a strategy every week in his show, Growing Your Wealth. For straight talk and honest answers, join Brian for Growing Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 7 here on AM 770 KTTH.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. Our own craftsmen will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it off with a beautiful quartz countertop, all in about a week. Book now and we'll be able to schedule the installation of your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll receive an additional 15% up to $3,000 off. Call today and schedule a free in-home consultation where we'll bring a showroom to you. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com. That's heritagehomecraft.com.
Homeowners, stop what you're doing right now and listen up, because Puget Sound Energy has new rebates that have never been this high. If insufficient insulation or no insulation at all in your crawl space or attic are impacting your energy bills, now's the time to get your free inspection from Northwest Crawl Space Services, because these PSC rebates could pay for up to 95% of your project, and that could mean thousands of dollars in savings on your job. But make sure you hire a crawl space company that's PSC certified certified, because not every company can offer these rebates. Don't miss out. Call today, and the team from Northwest Crawl Space Services are happy to give you a free energy savings consultation. Northwest Crawl Space Services will get rid of the critters, re-insulate your home, and hook you up with big-time savings and PSE rebates. Remember, these guys can solve any crawl space or attic problem, no exceptions. See if you qualify for savings from PSE. Go to nwcrawlspace.com.
AM 770 KTTH is teaming up with Global Credit Union to support our veterans with the Invest in Our Veterans program. For more than 75 years, Global Credit Union has been committed to our military communities and to organizations that back our military and their families. Do you know a nonprofit serving our heroes that could use additional funding? Head to mynorthwest.com/veterans to nominate an organization to receive $1,000 to support their mission. Let's invest in our veterans. Go to mynorthwest.com/veterans.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Are you a parent looking for a highly regarded university where your students' faith will flourish? Listen as Alec Rowlands, senior pastor at Westgate Chapel, explains why he recommends Northwest University.
One of the tasks that I've personally taken interest in is finding the right Christian universities for our students to attend, where I could be confident that they would have biblical orthodoxy, where the university literally puts Jesus first, especially in light of the fact that so many Christian universities have abandoned the faith. So I would really encourage you to consider sending your students to Northwest University. We've had so many graduates go to Northwest University, finish their degree program, stay solid in the faith and their commitment to Jesus Christ.
Academic rigor, career preparation, and a faith that grows. It's all possible for your son or daughter at Northwest University in Kirkland. Learn more at northwestu.edu.
This is live extended coverage of election 2024 on AM 770 KTTH. Will Trump take back the White House? Find vote totals at mynorthwest.com.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Jason Rantz. We're getting some interesting reports coming in. I reported earlier today, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, that at 6 p.m., Antifa thugs were expected to go to Cal Anderson Park and create some chaos. And I'm told by a couple of police sources that that's precisely what it is that they're doing, that officers are being called in from the citywide task force. You got about 30 plus officers there. And to quote one officer, it's getting spicy. So we're going to keep an eye on the developments that are happening on Capitol Hill specifically with these Antifa-style activists, and keep an eye on our Twitter feed at Jason Rantz, because as I get video of what's going on, I'll be certainly sharing it with you. Some promising details out of Wisconsin, which again might come as a surprise to some who haven't really been paying very close attention here. But for the last several years, you've seen a trend coming towards Republicans in Wisconsin. And we don't know how this is going to turn out, but Donald Trump doubled his support amongst black voters in Wisconsin, according to the NBC News exit poll. That's significant. Doubling his black support, pulling about 20%, 78% for Harris. Now, why does this matter? Back in 2020, Trump only won 8% of the black vote. He's, as of now, at 20%, according to the exit polls. Now, we don't know how many black voters there are that cast votes today, which obviously plays a role here. We don't know what the full turnout is going to be. But as a result of that exit poll, the New York Times needle just gave Trump a 71% chance to win the state of Wisconsin. if he wins in Wisconsin, this is most likely over. I'm seeing more. I'm talking to some of my peeps over at Fox News, Guy Benson, and we're just sharing some data points because obviously I don't have access to the full scope of the Fox News details, but he's pretty confident that Georgia is going to stay in Donald Trump's camp. If that's the case, and North Carolina is, in control of the Republicans, remember we told you that Kamala Harris can't lose Pennsylvania. Winning Pennsylvania doesn't mean she wins the White House because there are still some avenues for Donald Trump. It obviously makes it more difficult if he loses there. But if he picks up Wisconsin, that does matter, right? I mean, that is a pretty significant issue. And just, gaming this all out, if we were to, for the sake of the argument, we'll give Georgia to Donald Trump, okay? We'll give Georgia to Donald Trump. We'll give North Carolina to Donald Trump. Let's assume Arizona does what we think it's going to do and go with Donald Trump again, so we'll turn it deep red. Looking at this game plan, right now, not counting Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, you have Donald Trump at 262 to Kamala Harris at 226. So let's go ahead and give Pennsylvania to Kamala Harris. Well, she's only at 245, right? Let's give her Nevada. She's likely going to win in Nevada. That gets her up to 251. So then it comes down to two states, assuming everything else doesn't change. Wisconsin and Michigan. Well, Wisconsin is 10 electoral votes. You give that to Donald Trump, it's over. He's at 272 and he loses in Pennsylvania. He still ends up winning this. So that matters. Now, obviously, Michigan has more votes than Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 10. Michigan has 15. So if he wins Michigan, he wins this as well. Right now, based on this map, and assuming Virginia goes back to Kamala, she has to win in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win tonight, assuming no other surprises. That's not going to be easy. So things right now are looking really good for Donald Trump, and I certainly hope he wins because I had some pre-drafted X posts that are very snarky that I want to post, but I can't until there's a winner. Fox News coverage continues live at the top of the hour. It's the Jason Rantz Show.
Cougs versus everybody.
Let's go. Lots of communication. Here we go. Set your mind right with the right intentions. Let's go get it.
Washington State returns home this Saturday as they welcome Utah State to Giza Field. Kickoff is set for 7:30.
You go into any local restaurant, bar, whatever it is, you're going to see a Coug logo, and it means something to everybody here.
It's all on your home for Cougar football.
Catch the game this Saturday on AM 770 KTTH and on the Seattle Sports app.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder, what happened to Flight 293? Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Roofing contractors. The path to success is just one step away. Join the Roofing Contractors Association of Washington and gain access to top-tier resources, certifications, and a network of industry experts who believe in working together. RCAW is your ladder to success, supporting your business every step of the way. Visit rcaw.com and become part of Washington's most trusted roofing community. Your business deserves the best. Join RCAW today at rcaw.com.
Bonneville, Seattle, and AM 770 KTTH are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com, or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Mike had been a firefighter for over 20 years until one day.
I'm in full gear. The stairwell was dark and just kind of missed a step and felt pain in my right knee.
And the pain didn't go away. Turns out he'd torn his meniscus.
It definitely affected my work and my play.
So he decided it was time to get help. Yes, he considered surgery. However,
I did some homework and just thought that the stem cell procedure would work out better for me.
And he called Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And now you can go running into burning buildings again, huh?
100%. There's nothing slowing me down at work. I'm a tennis player, a mountain biker, and I'm able to do all of that after the procedure.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I recommend it to the guys that I work with, to people in my personal life. I would definitely recommend it.
Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Many families are struggling to rebuild after the recent hurricanes. Join Bonneville, Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative, partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief. Visit mynorthwest.com to donate and bring hope back to hurricane victims.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
This is a Fox News alert. More polls closing. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's now 10 p.m. in New York. 3 more states in the West have finished voting. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Nevada one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters could be the key to victory. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Utah, adding another 6 votes to his column. He will also win Montana's presidential election. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win Ohio, and the Fox News decision desk can project Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Trump came closer than many expected, but Harris did well in cities and suburban areas. And the Fox News decision desk can now project Texas Senator Ted Cruz will win a 3rd term. He defeats Democratic Congressman Colin Allred in the Maryland Senate race. The Fox News decision desk can now project the Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Trump supporters are gathered at Palm Beach Convention Center.
It follows a final few grueling campaign days, says Trump's senior advisor Tim Murtaugh.
You could tell how much fun he was having. I think maybe he was a little bit wistful on the stage in Michigan because he knew that, no matter what happens, that was his last campaign rally.
The former president has already said he hasn't prepared speeches for tonight.
Fox's Evan Brown in West Palm Beach. Vice President Harris will await results at her alma mater, Howard University.
We're here at the Yard. It's a big quadrangle on campus that's been the site of historical events. It's where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jackie Robinson received their honorary degrees.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Voters in Florida have rejected creating a right in the state's constitution to an abortion, while Maryland voters also add protections for abortion rights to the state's constitution. America is listening to Fox News.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Cougs versus everybody.
Let's go. Lots of communication. Here we go. 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 Set your mind right with the right intentions. Let's go get it.
Washington State returns home this Saturday as they welcome Utah State to Giza Field. Kickoff is set for 7:30.
You go into any local restaurant, bar, whatever it is, you're going to see a Coug logo, and it means something to everybody here.
It's all on your home for Cougar football.
Catch the game this Saturday on AM 770 KTTH and on the Seattle Sports app.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. Our own craftsmen will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it off with a beautiful quartz countertop, all in about a week. Book now, and we'll be able to schedule the installation of your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll receive an additional 15% up to $3,000 off. Call today and schedule a free in-home consultation where we'll bring a showroom to you. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com. That's heritagehomecraft.com.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday. But sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Give to the V Foundation. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. 100% of your donation goes directly to game-changing research. 100%. Donate at v.org. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
From Fox News headquarters in New York, it's Democracy 24 Election Night. Now, your hosts, Jared Halpern and Jessica Rosenthal.
6 minutes after 10 o'clock here in New York, you are listening to Democracy 24 on Fox News Radio, the Fox News app. 3 more states in the West have now finished voting. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Nevada one of the most competitive states in play. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Utah, adding another 6 to his column. He will also win Montana's presidential election. Montana also home to a pivotal Senate race. Longtime Democratic Senator Jon Tester in the political fight of his life against Republican Tim Sheehy. The Fox News decision desk says it is still too early to call that race. Nevada, also too early to call. The Senate race is between incumbent Democrat Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown. In Utah, Fox News is projecting that Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate, succeeding the retiring Mitt Romney. And Utah's Republican governor's race, Spencer Cox wins re-election. And in Montana's governor's race, Republican Greg Giaforte will win a second term. With that being done, let's get a broader look at the big board with Fox News Radio's Tom Graham.
Jared, it's interesting you mentioned Nevada there. Nevada, obviously, Fox News decision desk, still too close to call. But under Nevada law, if you are in line to vote, if you're at the polling place, you are still able to vote. So we could see some of these votes trickling in. It could be a very late night. And that does seem to be the theme here. Fox News decision desk says, well, all swing states still too close to call, from Georgia to North Carolina to Pennsylvania. That is the biggest of the battleground states. Looking at Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, votes still being tallied, and again, it could be a long night for both the Trump and Harris campaigns. Polls still open until next hour in western states. That does include the most populous state of California. Meantime, some notable election results we've seen this 2024 election. Florida's abortion rights ballot initiative falling short of passing tonight. That will leave in place a 6-week abortion ban in the Sunshine State. Now, that is the first time abortion rights groups have lost in a statewide ballot question since the Supreme Court overturning of Roe v. Wade. Elsewhere, Maryland voters adding protection for abortion rights to that state's constitution. Also in Maryland, a closely watched Senate race. Fox News decision desk can now project that Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Governor Larry Hogan, a moderate Republican there. And Jared, I believe you mentioned this one, and certainly notable in Utah, polls closing just minutes ago. And Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move into the Senate seat. He'll succeed retiring Senator Mitt Romney. But again, keeping an eye on these 7 swing states as we've been doing all campaign season. So buckle in. We're going to have a good night, right?
It will be a good night, and we are still waiting for an awful lot of votes to be counted, including in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That is where we find Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso. Good evening again, Jeff.
Hey, my friend, good to be with you. So the scene here is that people are, vibe is pretty good. The band is normally up on stage, then they take a quick break, and then they go to the TVs. And people are monitoring things, but it's a pretty happy place here in downtown Pittsburgh.